Excellent.
Hello. Good evening and welcome to another evening of Total War fun. Can you hear me? Am I out there? According to my various windows, I may or may not be. I have no idea. I don't even know if I'm streaming out to the right channel because last time I didn't.
Well, I'm pretty sure you are. And here, I'll get an alert on my phone. If LAWhammer is live.
Is LAWhammer live?
See, I see Loremaster of Sotek is live. It's a good start. And now is LAWhammer live. How are you not on my... Yes, you are live on your channel.
Am I live in the correct one, though?
Yes. Unless there's another LAWhammer channel that I don't know about.
No, I don't mean that. Am I live in the correct window?
Oh. That's a good question.
Because last time, we're live! Excellent! No, it just popped up in the chat. So, apparently I'm live! Yes! I'm going to call that a total win.
Yes.
We are going, and I'm in trouble. For those of you who might not be able to remember, when last we were playing, I was about to get absolutely slaughtered by Azazel, if you prefer, from the north, who was about to kick my living ass.
Yes.
It's going to be fun.
Okay,
Also, you're looking at touch transparent on my screen. So I'm going to see if I can fix that while we're here.
Fair enough. I've
completely forgotten how to do that. I'm sure if I just keep on pressing buttons, you will eventually pop up with something.
So if I do this... Oh, my PC is angry about something. Let me see.
Are you having issues at your end?
Not huge issues. Just Video Ninja is making things angry, which is not a huge surprise. See if that fixes it. Nope. My camera's just gonna be funky. That's fine. I'll live with it.
Okay, fair enough. I appear to be working relatively smoothly at this end. I'm going to turn it around slightly though, so I have a little bit less mic and a little bit more me. Because hey, we don't want to have this mic and that on the screen. Yeah, so I'm not looking forward to this. I have there he is. Look at him up there doing his thing. If you're watching my stream and not Sotek, you'll see that I'm currently looking directly at Azazel. I kick my ass with all of his might and fury, who's currently sitting up there with a second banner as well. Thraltras Balefire, that well-known Chaos Lord. It's
as you do.
Yeah, as you do. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely marvelous. So, I appear to have a little bit of lag going there.
I think it'll just kind of come and go. We might, I think for next time, we will try a different online camera app, just because Video Ninja's a little funky.
It's definitely giving me a little bit of the lag. Wow, yeah, I'm lagging bad.
So, we'll experiment with a different one.
So, I'm going to try and do that little cheat that we had before to see if it makes a difference.
Okay.
So, let me just see if I can resolve that as we're going.
Demon Slayer. Vengeful Rune Lord.
Right, hopefully that's fixed that a little bit. Let's see how smooth I am when I go back in again. Oh no, really blocky. Right, so let's now try this. And share. No. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if that's made a difference. Oh no, I've just completely paused. Oh, look at that! Computer is straining. I don't appear to be able to fix it this time.
Is it? Hold on. Move around a little bit on your game.
See, if I go back into game, there we go. Now we're back to really funky and slow and.
Yeah, it's just the camera though. Everything else is working fine.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, that's a bit rubbish. Let's have a little check on the actual screen itself. Let's move around. Oh, that's moving pretty smoothly though. It's
you're not share screening on Discord, which is
I was.
Oh.
Yeah, I was, and it paused me completely.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
So I'll try one more. I'll try one more time. Just in case that fixes it.
Yeah, we will fire Video Ninja and see if we can find an alternative for next time.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to, because you may note right now, I've paused entirely.
Yeah. So, the joys of internet shenanigans.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. It seems to be utterly inconsistent. Who knows?
What buildings are the tallest? Libraries, because they have the most stories. Ugh.
What do you want?
Thanks for saying that you could hear me there, Hoppet. Greatly appreciated. And undead and alive, we're very well, except for the chunky, slightly rubbishy video that we've got at the bottom where we're all a bit slow, at this end at least, which is a bit rubbish. I'm not really looking forward to having to deal with the absolute horror show that is Azazel up there. But it's going to have to be done. I've got 2, as I recall, relatively big banners. I do have 2, but they're mostly filled with rubbish troops. So it's going to be...
So the good news is I do have reinforcements heading up to your location. So there is that. But they're going to take a hot minute to get there.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to just stay at Erengrad and let them attack me.
Oh,
then I'll get...
Yeah, okay, I'm remembering the situation now.
Yeah, they're about to do a big assault and dive in fast.
Yeah, and good old Throt the Unclean's gearing up at Hell Pit, too.
Oh, yeah. Yay!
Yeah, okay. So, you know, lore-accurate Kislev, as they say.
Yeah, totally. So, let's skip you. And is that... I've got nothing else to do, so is there any diplomacy I could do to quickly deal my way out of this horror? The answer will probably be no. I can make a... Oh, yeah, of course. Corone, that's who I want to be dealing with.
Oh, I am also going to buddy up Corone. That sounds like a good idea.
One step further, stranger. You do not want...
Hey, King Leoncoeur.
Joins the Red Host.
Yeah, sure, I'll do a non-aggression act. Please, let's bounce
Yes,
that. I
yes,
can get some
glory
cash
to
out of them.
that god.
Yes, good. Yep.
Good. I'm not doing anything other than one of those. Visenland and Nuln. Yeah, let's offer them a quick something as well. Although I've got a bit of a pause there. There we go. I won't take your money so that I can keep it up. Hey, nicely done. Hey, Elspeth. Nice to see you. To see you nice. Us, lady wizards, we have to keep together.
Yep.
Ah, the Ropsman. I can do a quick deal with them too.
Okay, I think I've done about everything I can do.
I'm just busy going through the diplomacy just now. Let me just also plug a wire into my headphones because we're going to be on for a while. They'll almost certainly run out of charge.
You are all good. Take your time.
I've already done it.
Jason Rooney, greeting lore masters. What do you say is your favorite and most hated character to play / fight in Total War?
Against. I have a natural hatred of all of the Nurgle characters.
Can I help you?
That's actually really funny to me.
I'm happy playing with them. I just blinking hate playing against them. Watching the map go green, watching those fuckers stomp up, and then demons everywhere, greater demons jumping up and down in my head. Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, I think for me, I know the faction I hate fighting the most is either Wood Elves or High Elves. They have so much shooting that it's just such a pain in the ass. I think probably Orion is one of... I would say either Orion or like a Lithanar is probably the worst in my opinion, because I hate being harassed constantly. And the AI can be very good at harassment play when it wants to.
Fair.
Okay.
And to answer Blue Oyster Cult, would Ronald claim Las Vegas as his own in his own version of Middenheim? Sure. I see no reason why I couldn't account. Although there is effectively a version of Las Vegas already in Warhammer. It's called Weburg. Wheburg. It's in the Reichland. And what happens in Weburg stays in Weburg. And if you want to know more about that, you'll find it inside the core book for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition. That's where we did a little write-up for Weburg. I'm really very slow. I'm not sure why I'm so slow, but here we go. I'm slow because we were doing NPC turns. So they're attacking.
Yeah.
Let's see how bad it is. It's a valiant defeat. So I reckon we might be able to take this, or should I say, you might be able to take this. We know how bad I am at this. So let's fight that battle.
All right, let's see what the situation is here. Well, on the good side, at least he didn't seduce any of your units over to his side, so that's nice. They do have Harry the Hammer with them, which is concerning. He is a pain to deal with. Oh, but you got the Golden Knight. No, we should have this pretty reliably, I think.
Excellent.
It's gonna be bloody, but I think we can handle this. He doesn't have too many demons, so that's good. And our reinforcements are coming in a nice spot. That's good.
Now, I have absolutely no recollection of how to pass everything over to you, but as I recall, it's over in the bottom left-hand corner. I do have recollection. So if I select all units, go down there, that should be fine.
True.
Waiting for you to load. I'm looking around the battlefield just now. Here we go. Control A. And if I do that, Loremaster of Sotek, I just gave you the lot, and then I can go take back Zarina because she's mine. God damn it! Where is she?
She's not here yet. She is.
She's in the other force.
But
yeah, she's in the other force. You can pick and choose whatever you want.
So let's give you the ice. Is this an ice witch or an ice maiden? I think this is an ice witch.
Can't recall.
So let's give you her and the Golden Knight, so you can have Naryeska Lesa, because she's awesome.
Victoria. Love it.
And the Golden Knight, she's a really good bodyguard character. So basically, if anybody comes for your witches, just have the Golden Knight run up there and start kicking the shit out of them. Let's give you a unit of Slayers that you can put with them as well as bodyguards. And let's also do the Watchers in the Night, which are Kadrin's secret police. They can help out as well. So
love it.
Why don't you take those guys? And basically, I think what's going to be the best plan is we're just going to set up around where all of our reinforcements are going to come in, and we're just going to hold the line until everybody gets here.
That sounds good. So move up here somewhere as the front line for my little corps.
I'd probably go like right in front of my little halberd line, because I'm going to focus mostly on playing defensive.
Okay.
And basically just we're gonna kind of hug this little stretch of land between these two ponds.
Okay, so we're gonna move over there?
Yes, we're gonna make our way over there. It's just not in our deployment zone, so we gotta like make our way over.
And what? I set up deployment over in the trees?
Sure,
Once we get moving?
Yeah, because I mean,
is that what you're thinking?
You've got all infantry stuff, so if his big units come in the trees, they'll take penalties. So that'll be good.
Cool. So I'll move over towards the trees between the two bits of water. That's right by the reinforcements coming in.
Our goal is to survive for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I can give that a go.
Yeah. All right. Whenever you're ready, you have the start button.
Oh, of course I do. So let's press start player.
Yeah. The good news
if I
is,
remember correctly, if I press space, I get to see where you're going. Yes, I do. Excellent.
All right. Good news is he is also waiting for his reinforcements, so that's nice.
Excellent. There's that big flying bastard. Hiya there. You're looking good. What's the button you press to zoom in on people again?
It's just your mouse wheel, or I don't remember what the button is.
There's
I think
like
it's
that.
Z?
Is it K?
Oh,
so it's
K.
Not K.
K.
No, K gets rid of the screen.
Yeah, it's K, and then oh my god, my brain is.
N.
Yes.
N. Excellent. Yes. Oh, no, it's just coming in the chat there as well. Thanks for those of you who are over on Sotek's Twitch for telling me there.
All right, I'm gonna get some early harass here and see if I can mess some people up.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Who are you going with?
We got the
is that your
horse archers. Yeah, we got
where's your horse archers? Where are they?
They're over by Azazel's army.
Oh yeah, cripes. How did I miss those?
We're letting our Ungol horse archers do what they do best, which is
excellent.
Piss off
Go long goals. What's that? Demonettes there. You've got no armor. They're demons, but you've got no armor. Look at them come. Here they come. Right through my camera. Shoom. Oh yeah. Run, little horseman!
Best way to
Shoot
handle
those-
a demon. Be on horseback and run away.
And run. Yep, especially demonette.
Alright, here come all the reinforcements.
Alrighty, so they're going to come on over to me, so I'm going to immediately ping them over to you. There we go. I have more have arrived, I think.
Oh yeah, a lot more are coming. A lot more.
Holy crap! I've got tons here. Let's pass them over to you as well.
Yeah, the garrison of Erengrad is coming out to help.
Holy shit! There's loads.
Yep, but his reinforcements have also showed up, so there's more baddies too. But this is a pretty good-sized force.
This is a pretty big battle.
All right,
There's this arena. Love it. So who have I currently got hold of? What I had before, plus...
yeah, why don't you
Watching
take
the night,
this, take that ice
I've also
links as well, because that'll help you out.
Okay, cool. And you're going to have to tell me where you want your spells to be going.
The
I
big
forgot
thing...
which ones do
here
what.
comes Azazel. Azazel's on Kadrin. I would hit him with a big Death Frost.
Kadrin.
We got Hellstriders coming in.
Where is he there?
If we can, the best thing to do here is going to be to try and isolate Azazel and just shoot the hell out of him. Because when in doubt, guns! I don't remember if Kadrin has the spell, but if she does, I would do a...
Do you
have,
Ice Frost Blades and Death Frost.
Oh, okay, let's hit Azazel with, like, a big Death Frost.
Oh, I didn't do the big one. So is it double click for the big one?
Yes, double click for the big one.
Yeah, remember that for next time.
Also, start sending in your melee units into that flank to start messing people up.
So where they're coming in on that side with the Chaos Hounds and the Pools and the Slanesh are.
Yep.
Okay, they're moving in.
And I'm gonna start working my way through the flanks and slowly working inwards.
What the fuck's this? Is that Chariots? Hellstriders.
Alright, Azazel has been banished. He is back to the Chaos Waste.
Excellent!
Chaos.
Good job.
The next best thing for Kadrin to do would be to just keep hitting those big packs of warriors with, yeah, you're doing it. You got it.
Yeah. Doing what I can with what I have.
Your other Ice Witch character, she should have an ability on the
is that the Ice Shard?
Yes. So if you have
What do I do with
her,
that?
I would target, like, the giant with it.
Where the heck is the giant? It'll be this big thing. Got it. Oh, yeah. Which cart is that? Faltras. There are other Chaos Lords over here.
Also, your Patriarch, he has some abilities you can activate as well, which give buffs to your various units.
Okay, let's slap that out then. And what's the other one? Urson's Roar.
I would probably pull Kadrin back a little bit and tell Naryeska to get on the Chaos Lord. Because she will...
she's got a power as well. Urson's Claw.
Yeah, activate that stuff. She will beat the brakes off him.
Excellent.
Alright, looks like most of Azazel's army is down for the count, so now we just gotta deal with the reinforcing army. Oh, we need to kill that giant. Everybody with a bow! He's got no armor,
that
bring
giant's
him
laying
down!
into the middle.
Just like tabletop, roll enough dice and a giant goes down real quick.
That's the true fact. Gentlemen, also known as the Reaper, Orcsbane, Defender of Ulthuan, Heir of Anarian, when you guys are done with Lesser Lords and Gods, can we get a proper lore of the true God of Rage, Tyrion? Hey Nathan, thanks very much for the super chat, massively appreciated. And you know, Tyrion is someone that I really do rather enjoy. Great character, an awful lot of fun to play with and to read about. So yeah, I think Tyrion would definitely be on our list of potentials for the future.
Oh yeah, Tyrion and Teclis are a must. Though,
yeah,
so
totally.
I'm gonna say this, even though I'm gonna immediately say what's about to come out of my mouth I consider very dumb. But when we were doing the rather goofy and fairly experimental Who Would Win series, we did an episode on Thorgrim versus Tyrion, where we actually did talk a fair bit about the characters.
Yeah, we did. I forgot about that.
So it's a really dumb episode, but it had a lot of really fun parts. So you might check that out if you want to get some Tyrion goodness right now and don't want to not have to wait. Your Patriarch should have Soliak's Lullaby off cooldown again. You want to pop that as often as you can, because it's just a nice heal.
No, the Patriarch's a little bit ill as well.
All right, that looks like victory for us. We just need to deal with the, Harry the Hammer. I forgot he was here. So,
Where is he?
He's over in this big old patch right here.
I'm not seeing it. I'm backing out so I can see where you are.
I'll drop.
Oh, yeah, is it with me?
Yeah. So I would.
Where's Harry? Where's Harry?
He's the purple hammer symbol in there. Pull out everyone that is not Naryeska. Have everyone that's not Naryeska back away from him, because he will beat the brakes off most everything. We're just gonna shoot him to death. Because if we throw enough dice at him, he'll fail some armor saves.
Totally.
If you have any magic left, I would hit him.
Just checking that.
I would hit him with a Death Frost where possible.
Death Frost. Yeah, I've got a bit of Death Frost left. I'm just checking that right that moment. Excellent. Ricky Chapman says we've had a Slanesh Prince Zaquil the Panted Dragon, a horrific Eastern Dragon centipede creature with raw nerves forming brushes at the tip of its fingers that cracks open people to use their bodies as paint pots. Yeah, Ricky, you've made that. It sounds awful. I love it. That's a really nice one. Thanks for the super chat, Ricky. Really appreciated.
Wow.
And that sounds well awesome.
I love that that started off bad and then it just kept getting worse.
Poor Harry. He looks like he's about to go down.
Yeah, I should zoom in on the duel there. That's two
I'm
goated
literally doing
characters
that right now.
going at it.
Look at them go.
Yeah. I love how big Naryeska is. I think as far as like the women model goes in the game, I think she's one of the largest.
Pretty freaking cool.
That's a big lady.
Yeah, that fight's not going to last too much longer. Hey, Watchdog. Evening, lads. How did it feel in your most recent one-on-one LAWhammer stream with Yume? Seemed rather cathartic to me. So is it the one-on-one stream you mean? So there was a one-on-one stream with Yume, although let's be honest, it became a 3-in-1. The other one was a 2-in-1. So I'm going to presume, do you mean the one that was uploaded for just patrons? Let them eat cake. So if you could confirm that in the chat first before I talk about it, because if so, yeah, that was an interesting one.
We have victory! All right, Slanesh. Slanesh has been repelled from Erengrad. We've bought ourselves another year. The spring drive has been halted.
The spring drivings have been halted.
Let's see. Isaac, can Slaneshi forces influence the horses to buck and trample their riders, or do animals not have the requisite brains to influence? Oh, that's actually a really cool question about Slanesh influencing non-human type things. So Slanesh can mess with creature. That's actually an interesting one. I'm curious for your input on that, Andy. If Slanesh is less effective against like bestial creatures than it is against like humans or elves and such.
absolutely is. It's very much a god of sentience, not beasts. Although beasts are also wrapped up in it, but the effect and power that they have over beasts is significantly less.
That being said, could a Slaneshi spell like mess with steeds and stuff to disorient them or make them panic?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, our cameras are a little bit dodgy and behind. Oh, look at that! Look how slow I'm. But I reckon if I do that, I can make it immediately come in better. Look at that! I can almost fix it, but not quite.
Has Andy watched the latest Creative Assembly video? Not yet, but
not yet. But I will do very soon. I've been busy these last few days doing worky things, which is very rude. Actually, on that, for those of you who are into roleplay games, the stream that I'm going to be doing this Saturday over on Rookery is going to be about roleplay game systems. And in particular, what makes for a good generic fantasy system. And I say that because I may be working on something like that in the background just now. And we're going to be having a good discussion about what does and doesn't make for a good role-playing game system. So it'd be really cool if you could all make your way over towards that this Saturday at 7 p.m. UK time. And just to call back on Watchdog, who was asking about the dream. Hey,
Andy.
I've got a demand coming in. Yes?
We're stuck where we are until you deal with that trade thing.
There we go.
Okay.
And that's exactly why I went, oh crap, I haven't done that thing. So now that I've done that thing, let's move out separately. And Watchdog, you were asking, was it cathartic to do the Imperial Way stream? So that's the one where Yumi's dad has a big long conversation with Yumi.
I love that stream.
And it was all kinds of fun. It's particularly fun as well because one of the things that I do with my role-playing games that many people sort of forget to do is that I have my characters be very much caught up in their own worldviews, often speaking things that are not true or incorrect from their or correct from their perspective, but incorrect in the greater scheme of things, meaning that you can really dive deep into individual characters and what they think or believe, or in this case, how they interact with everything that they've been taught. I won't say anything for the fear of spoilers for those of you who haven't caught up with our most recent episodes of LAWhammer, but I will say that it was certainly a fun stream. Yeah, an awful lot of fun, that one. Blue Oyster Cultist is asking, hey Andy, where can I find your masterclasses on map making and city maps? They're all over on Rookery Publications Patreon. And they are behind the Patreon paywall of Brazen Rooks. So Brazen Rooks and higher, that's for those who spend like a $5 a month or something. It's a very small amount of money. They get access to all of our masterclasses. And I'm actually going to be doing a masterclass next week about GMing in particular. I'm looking forward to doing that one. It's going to be a GMing masterclass. I haven't done one of those yet. I've done ones about NPCs. I've done ones about mapping. I've done ones about... This one's going to be about GMing in particular, and handling NPCs, characters, and funneling characters about. So that's going to be quite fun. But I'm going to be discussing that probably on the Saturday. So that's the Rookery stream this Saturday. Right, so what do I have to do? Garrison Lord not move. Get rid of that. Yes, take over the Mortine Beowulfs. Oh yeah, Regiment of Renown. Mount gained for my Patriarch. Excellent. New quest issued for the Zarina, which is the Adventures of Gotrek and Felix.
Oh, interesting.
How do I get access to that? I can't teleport to it. Why not?
Either one of us can. So only one of us can do that. Either you can do it or I can do it. But you can't teleport from inside a city.
You're playing dwarfs, so I'm happy for you to have Gotrek and Felix.
Hey, I'm cool with it. You won't find me arguing.
Yeah, I'm more than cool with that. That makes sense. You're you know, oh, your host has been attacked.
Says, cannot move. Okay, now I can move. There we go.
Onward.
The first thing Ungrim's gonna do, before we worry about Gotrek and Felix, Castle Drakenhof must fall! And I'm gonna sack it for a shitload of money.
Absolutely.
There's gotta be a lot of good... Oh, nice! I finished the Blood Drinker Grudge, so I got the Master Rune of Cleansing. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Hey, I'll take that. Bonus damage against all undead? Sign me up.
Follow me into the wild.
I'm half tempted to attack the Chaos Lord that popped off, but there's another one just sitting there.
Any of the armies that ran away from you,
Yeah.
after we beat them, if you chase them down, you can wipe them out really easily.
Yeah, I was just thinking to do that. I'm just going to auto-resolve that. No point doing it.
Sounds smart.
I'll just wipe them out. Excellent. Done. And
Hey, Sotek,
take
any
the money
thoughts
just now.
if Kabanda could be the other Khorne Legionary Lord? No, I don't think so. I don't think Games Workshop would want Kabanda in Total War, I'm going to be honest. I think, hopefully, they realize that that was a weird decision to bring him from 40k into Fantasy in the first place. It seems much more likely to me that they're going to be delving into, using Arbal the Undefeated.
Arbal!
Which should be pretty hype.
I freaking love Arbal. We are one people.
All
Damn
right.
straight we are.
So we are currently in the process of sealing the tombs beneath the Silver Pinnacle, which means a bunch of very angry undead are about to show up on my door. But we will deal with that as it happens.
To war. Moving.
I'm currently upgrading my towns. How much money do I have at the moment? 8 grand. Heck's happening up here? I've forgotten that I still held this place.
All right.
I'm not going to hold it for much longer, though, so I'm not going to bother upgrading that.
Mundry Morgrimson has arrived just outside Zavastra, so I'm almost there.
It is agreed.
Excellent.
Target these oath splitters. Not by me.
I'm going to keep using my...
Okay, I'm done my turn. Let me go check my chat while I'm at it.
Okay.
Hey, Hoppet. After 2 weeks of Royal Mail and finished customs, holy heck, mail hell I can imagine, I finally have my own copy of Dark Deeds. Yes! Quickly skimmed through the cards before stream, and the artwork is amazing. It absolutely is. I was just discussing with Mark earlier on this afternoon about exactly what we're going to be doing next, roleplay games and the like, and what sort of art requirements we're going to have for that, which is super exciting. If you don't know Mark already, Mark did all the art for pretty much all the first Warhammer army lists through 4th edition and 5th edition, did tons of 40k art as well, all of which was seminal and pretty much defining for the Warhammer world. Do you want to know what Nagash first looked like? He decided. Do you want to know what the Green Knight looks like? He did that too. Mark did all of that.
Yeah,
And
there's an old Lorebeards stream chatting with him, if anyone wants to check that out.
Well worth doing. So he did all the art in Dark Deeds, and if you're sitting there watching our stream wondering what the hell Dark Deeds is, you can go buy your own copy right now, and please do so, because we're very keen to make more games, but if we don't sell a lot of Dark Deeds, we probably won't make more board games, because if we're not going to make money out of it, why continue doing so? So please do go check out Dark Deeds. You can find it on Modifius's website right now. I would ping up links, but I don't have them ready yet.
Okay.
Did I press end turn? I did.
Yes, you did. Sorry, I was finishing my turn. I've got a
That's okay. Take your time. Take your time.
I've got a military alliance with Elspeth now, so that's good.
Excellent.
The only
So delighted to hear that it arrived, though, Hoppet. I hope you enjoy it.
I'm
Apparently, my volume's lower than yours. I'm going to see if I can do something about that.
on whose side? On your side or on my side?
My side's apparently my side's a bit lower, so I'll see if I can sort that a bit on this side.
Okay, dokie.
Do I have much space?
Ooh.
No, I don't. I don't have a great deal extra space there.
You can just turn me down a bit.
That would be. Let me just.
Let's upgrade this and this. Okay, I think that's... Oh, I can get some more runes. Ooh.
What?
How am I doing on runes? Oh, I don't
Philippe
have...
Mendoza pops in and says, "Cool stream," and he's always been curious. From a lore point of view, where does the fascination with skulls in the Empire come from? John Blanche. John Blanche and, in turn, medieval art, which equally had a fascination with skulls. If you go back and check out a lot of medieval art, you'll find that a lot of it is proliferated, particularly ecclesiastical art, various holy art pieces. Many of them were filled with skulls. And he transported that over to both 40k and Warhammer when he was what was effectively art director for Games Workshop. So, John Blanche.
All right, we got the Rune of Luck, which is a busted rune. It is so strong.
Good to know, because I have no idea which ones are good, bad, or
The
indifferent.
Slayer in me seeks
10% ward save for just having a ward, or just a single rune. That's pretty good in my book. All right.
Yeah, that'll do.
I am good. All right.
Levi Turek over on YouTube says that we need a roleplay game from Andy Law. Well, you know, come along this Friday. I will be discussing something very similar to that. Not this Friday, pardon me, this Saturday, because I'll be discussing something very similar to that. Hey, pending action. Another player's initiated a battle in Sylvania.
Ooh, that's a lot of undead. All right, bring it, dead boy.
Oh, we're doing it. Excellent. Well,
I fear no Zangadas.
why would you? I mean, they're not even alive. Well, except for maybe the Necromancer. Is that a Necromancer? Looks like a
Yeah,
Necromancer.
except for that one nerd. Yeah.
That one guy. No, you got two of them in there. Got a White King, a Necromancer, and Caspar Lichmore. That all-important vampire. Well, not vampire, probably Necromancer. No, we need to roleplay as Andy Law. Sorry, I misinterpreted your comment there. The Fellowship of the Andes.
Remember to hit join team.
Oh yeah, I was totally not holding you up there at all, honest.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Andrew Holmes, thank you for the super chat. Any thoughts on the Skyranawi? Are they all absorbed into the regular Dawi? Hadn't heard of them till the War of Vengeance. It was so fascinating. I've included some of them in my old world throng by making some Blood Bowl dwarfs into Ironbreakers. So the Skyranawi are the hill dwarfs. They're based, to put it very bluntly, the modern version are Imperial dwarfs.
Yeah.
The true hill dwarves, for the most part, were kind of wiped out by the War of Vengeance. Because it turns out that not being inside, like, you know, an ancient mountain fastness when your opponent has dragons tends not to end well. Alright, we're gonna fight this like true dwarfs. So...
we're gonna sit in a hill and shoot everyone?
Better. We're gonna sit behind a boggy marsh that's gonna slow them down and shoot the shit out of them.
Yep. That's pretty much what I thought.
So I'm gonna put you in charge of all of the long-range shooting, so that you can focus on picking out targets.
Sounds good.
And basically, you want to use the... So, the Quarrelers, the nice thing about them is that they can shoot over my guys' heads without any problems. The Thunderers and the Iron Drakes tend to need a little bit more of like an open lane. So...
How about putting them up higher?
Yeah, I mean, that works.
Wouldn't that give me line of sight over?
It will. The only thing we kind of have to watch for is that the enemy doesn't have like flying units that would then land on top of them and cause problems. But what I can do to deal with that is I'm going to put some Slayer Pirates in the woods next to them. So if someone tries to get on them, the Slayer Pirates will pop up and mess them up.
Sounds good.
And we got long-drawn Slayer Pirates with us.
So if we're hanging back here, I can put all my missile up higher. So that means you've got all the space down below for the infantry.
That works for me. Yeah, because then I could put the Kislevites down here with their pistols, and they can reinforce by shooting, and then they'll get stuck in once they're done with that. All right, and
sounds good to me.
Ungrim, Garagrim, and Gelt's shorter brother. Oh, right, I remember this guy now. And then our trusty runesmith. And we're good to go. Alright. And what we're going to do is we're going to fast forward time quite a bit, because he's going to wait until his reinforcements show up. So we're just going to let him take all the time in the world, and he's going to come at us with a giant fucking army. But we're going to win, because we're dwarfs.
Of course.
And also, he has to cross all that marshy terrain, which is going to slow him down big time.
Massively. Yeah, totally. And two. Oops. There we go. Just going to post in links for those who want to go and order Dark Deed so that they can actually do the thing.
So what we got here? We got a Banshee, 2 Master Necromancers, a regular Necromancer, a Vampire Lord, and a White King. Alright. That is a lineup.
And I went and posted that everywhere. Look at that. I almost know what I'm doing. Almost. I mean, did it go everywhere? I'm not sure it did.
I see it everywhere.
It didn't go over to your Twitch. It should be there now.
It is there now. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Right, so what are we doing here? I'm kind of just waiting for them to get closer.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Let's see what sort of targets we have. We've got a couple of characters. Anything really nasty out here?
So
corpse carts.
Yeah, the Trollhammer torpedoes will probably want on either the corpse carts or the Black Knights on the right flank.
How are you taking out the Cairn Wraiths?
I've got rune magic.
Excellent. I'm not seeing the Black Knights at all. Where are they?
They're way over on the right.
I just missed them. Oh wow, they're really far on the right. Yeah, you're right. I just was zoomed in too close. So I probably want to have the Iron Drakes firing at those bad boys.
Yeah, he should attack us any minute now. He is the attacker, so I mean we might have to go to him, but we'll give him just a little bit longer.
I mean, if he's the attacker, is there any need to go to him?
No, here he comes.
Here he comes.
That's a lot of undead.
I was just thinking the same thing. I'm just looking at them all going, that's a lot of skelly boys.
See, we have 900
zombies. There we go.
So we've got about 1,000 dwarfs versus about 4,000 undead. And he's got reinforcements, so it's probably more like 6,000 or 7,000 undead.
I'm okay with them doing their attack before any reinforcements arrive. Have they not arrived already?
He's got as many as he can field. To get any more units, because he's got 40 units on the field now. So to get any more units, so as his units die, more will keep showing up.
Sounds good.
Which, makes it a fair fight for the undead.
Here they come. They're coming.
Yeah, so I would say at this angle, let's have the Trollhammer torpedoes focus the corpse carts once they're in range.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because there ain't no way I'm going to be able to get over that cavalry that's trying to make its way through the woods. Are you okay holding out that flank?
Oh yeah, I've got this, no problem. Especially the one that has the unholy lodestone. We want to really get rid of that one because that heals.
How can I tell which one's got that?
If you mouse over the corpse card, it'll kind of have in parentheses which one it is, but it's
that
one.
Yep, I've got it already.
And on the on all of your ranged units, if you mouse over them and hit G, or no, sorry, not G. Mouse over them, hit H. It'll turn on guard mode, which means that they won't move from their positions if they want to for some reason. They'll hold the line. Here they come, Dowie!
Oh, where are they off to?
They think they can't see it, so you'll have to have them target something else.
It's annoying.
If you can, have the Quarrelers start focusing the corpse carts, because they'll be able to arc their fire. And if the Trollhammer torpedoes want to come down that hill a little bit, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
Alright, I'm gonna let Ungrim chop up that Banshee. The Axe of Dargo beckons! Wham! So much damage. That's one corpse cart down.
Okay, why are they attack? They're on melee mode. No wonder. How did that happen?
Let's have the Kossars. Yeah, you can move. So where the Kossars are standing, you can move into that little pocket.
Thanks.
Alright, pretty much all the corpse guards are down, so that's good.
Okie dokie. Diagram Iron Fist. Kill them! Armored Cossars. Taking position. The runes glow.
Alright, that's a dead vampire.
Slayers! Kadrin!
I've got crit ghouls and zombies on my flank there.
Oh, yeah, those Slayer pirates are getting a little overwhelmed, so I'm going to bring the ones over from this flank.
Kill him! Dragon Slayer! Fulfill our roles and die! Move!
Alright, Ungrim is going to start wizard hunting.
Move to attack! It is an order!
The Brotherhood of Grimnir is on their way to the hill.
Plow through! Get moving!
Chris C says, compliment to Modifius, their shipping service, by the way. The package arrived safe and sound, even though it was shipped internationally to get there. I'm delighted to hear that, Chris. Really happy that it got to you. Do tell us how the first game goes. If you're not a member over in the Rookery Discord, do post over there, because Mark, who's obviously very invested with the game, he very much enjoys hearing how other people have been playing with his game.
Vengeance! Armored Cossars! Kazoo! Get in close! Baron!
This looks like a good time for a Rune of Wrath and Ruin!
Attack! Slayers! Rage fast! Let the vengeance begin! Kadrin! Slayers! Dash room! With a Karak Corps! Move to attack! Sons of Kislev!
Alright, this is going well so far.
Yeah, it is.
Let's have a wonder. Doom shall come. A shot.
Flyers, Fellbats. Let's shoot them a little bit.
Charge!
That would be good.
Time for a sundering. This is the age of reckoning.
Yep, they're taking some hits.
The axe of Jargo thirsts. Oh, Swan! Weakness Slayer strength.
Let's see. Let's do the Rune of Negation on you.
More flyers incoming onto your front line there.
At them.
Spin
I'm dead.
Rune Seekers.
Attack! Runes of smiting upon them. Anything for Kislev.
Kill the Wazarks! Shoot the Wazarks!
Okay, that's another Master Necromancer down. Let's see if I can get this White King. Come here.
I'll take you all!
Stop running away from me!
Slayers!
Woo, that's a lot of Fellbats.
That's a lot of Fellbats.
Now! Dowie, attack! We fight for Ursul! Attack! No! Move! Diagram Iron Fist! Make way!
Reform the line!
Armored Cossars! Diagram Iron Fist!
Dire Wolves coming in at that flank, if you haven't spotted them. And swooping round.
Runes of spellbreaking! That'll do! Thanks, lads! Time to fight! To the Karazhan Tour! That'll do! Kadrin will march! Clang! For the Karazhan Corps! Runesmith!
Master Rune of Speed.
Slayers!
Let's get some more support on that flank.
Bring them down! Fight! Slayers! No!
Move it, lads, move it!
There's still quite a lot of skelly boys out there.
Luckily it's mostly just trash. Zombies and skeletons.
Mm-hmm.
I bear the spirit of Kadrin. Kill them.
Okay, that is a lot of Cairn rates.
Move now. Slayers. They have wronged us. One dowie shall rise up.
No, over there.
Slayers.
Am I out of shots? I'm totally out of shots.
Yeah, you might be out of ammo.
That's so rude. So very rude.
In which case, get your hammers out, lads! Start bashing skulls! Alright, looks like they're starting to crumble.
I am the Slayer King. Slayers.
Separate for cheered. X100.
Yeah, there they
go.
go.
Talk to the manager.
Yep, that's it. They're all collapsing.
Your Doom should have brought Crimlo. I don't need Crimlo. I'm a strong, independent Loremaster. Are the Karen Wraith? The Karen Wraith wants to talk to the manager. Karen Wraith sounds much scarier than Karn Wraith, I'm gonna be honest.
Well, Karen Wraith.
A Karen Wraith.
a Karen Wraith rather than a Karen Wraith.
Yeah.
I want to speak to the management.
Let's see. Are there any known dwarves that willingly join the Chaos Dwarves? So it depends on like your definitions of things, but you could argue that can't remember his name, but the dwarf that controls the Black Kraken, which is
for Abastar. Oh, sorry.
the Sarl.
Oh, it's a Pyrrhic victory. I don't really fancy losing that many.
Oh, then let's fight it. Yeah, especially because there's more armies coming up.
Yeah.
Want to minimize losses that we'll take.
Yep.
Because these are Azazel's little puppets.
They are indeed. Borkel Diovig, that well-known Sarl Lord.
Yeah, I'm sure he's in a White Dwarf article somewhere.
I'm pretty sure he probably isn't. It's a nice big open field on the Oblast. Alrighty, so let's go Control A and pop them over to you like so.
All right. Oh, that's a Frost Maiden. Okay, right. Because the general is the Druzina. All right.
Yeah,
so
it is indeed.
Why don't you take the command squad and the melee exclusive units and kind of form the front line. We'll want to keep Naryeska like kind of defensive, just because she's taking so much damage. We don't want to get her killed.
Yep.
So I would put her somewhere a little safe, like maybe over in the forest. And then I will reinforce from over here. I don't want to be in the woods, because if I'm in the woods, a lot of my shooting attacks won't work as well.
Sounds good.
Alright, I think that I would put your Ice Maiden a little further out in front, because she can use her Frost Shard ability, which is her, not her spell, but her ability. It's basically a magic missile, so you can kind of run up and just throw it in some people's faces.
Yeah, I see it. What's her other spell? Swift Wing. What's that do?
It's a
Tempest.
speed and charge bonus, I think.
Yeah, Hailstorm, I know what that one does. I've already been using it. Gust of True Flight, I presume that means that they get a missile bonus.
Yeah, that one is super good on missile. Once they're in range, dropping that on a unit of Kossars.
The armored Kossars or just the Kossars? The
I would probably.
Dynamo
Yeah, you could do it on a unit of armored Kossars once the enemy is close.
Celebrating the
Yeah.
first day
Okay,
with
cool.
my new laptop. Went
I have
from
a
not
battle
being
plan.
able to play
See, before he pops in, he
WH3
says,
to
I don't know,
WH2
Andy.
on
Think you need
medium
Kremlo for
sized
this one. You
units
know
looking
what? We
like
could
they're
probably
covered in
do with
dust
our
laid to
own Norse
WH3 with good
Slan
graphics that came out
Frogman right now. I'm sure that would make Sotek absolutely delighted. Well,
I mean-
press start battle.
I mean, he'd be a pretty freakish looking monstrosity. I mean, clearly he's just a very heavily mutated chaos cultist, so. Would be no skin off my teeth.
White.
Alright, well, so.
Thanks very much for the super chat, CB4N. Appreciated.
He's got a lot more fast cavalry than I do.
Yeah, look at it go. Not liking that one bit.
We have longer
Horse
range than he
archers.
does, though. Because all he's got are throwing weapons. Dynaman, celebrated first day with new laptop. Went from not being able to play Warhammer 3 and 2 on medium sizes to being able to play Warhammer 3 with good graphics. Oh, that's awesome! Well,
That is awesome.
I hope you're having a good time with it, Dynaman.
Yeah, me too.
So if you want a Gust of True Flight, one of the armored Kossars, so that we can really mess up these Marauders.
Okay, give me a second while I just go grab that. Pop it on. That's it right there. There you go, it should have gone.
Yeah, good.
Hailstorms.
And then I would
What's
use
range?
her other ability. I'd run out of the forest so you don't risk hitting trees and maybe fire it at like one of his Chaos Warrior units. It does pretty good damage.
Go with honor! Obey the orthodoxy!
Oh, fall back. Did you fire off Ice Shard as well?
Certainly did.
Defenders of Kislev!
Alright, here they come, so get ready to countercharge with your melee stuff.
Yep, I'm doing exactly that.
Ooh, Berserkers. Okay.
Defenders of Kislev! Cossars! Kislev! Hearts of ice! Land is power! Armored Cossars! March for Kislev!
How you doing over on your side?
We're doing okay. The Marauders are almost dead. Or the Berserkers, so that'll be good. Because if they get up and running, they can become a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Fight for Ursel! Cossars!
Yeah, those Murder Horsemen are tickling around over there in the most annoying way.
If you want to send Naryeska in to support your guys that are fighting on the
Yeah.
left, she'll be able to
Yeah.
fight pretty well without being in big danger. They're not going to be able to hurt her.
They die! We fight
All my units are a bit low.
I would probably use the rest of your magic to just spam hailstorms, and you're going to want to drop them on these two big fights.
hearts of
Is there any chance of me hurting my own guys?
Yes. So make sure you aim it carefully.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. There's not a lot of easy space to drop it into.
excellent! March with pride! Follow the bear! Wolf of Kislevite! Long is power! Horse archers! Annihilate them! Horse raiders! Sons of Kislev! Another wretched foundation! Joins the Red Host.
That being said, like, as long as the center is directly on top of the enemy, the damage you'll deal to your own guys is pretty negligible. Because we need that hailstorm to start bringing down those Chaos Warriors. Because we do not have a lot of armor piercing.
Where's your Chaos Warriors?
They're in those two fights. The two big blobs.
Oh, yep, sorry, pardon me. I was missing then.
Alright, now that you've won the forest fight, I would send all your melee stuff to come help with the center complex.
Exactly what I'm doing right now.
And you get these Marauder Hunters with javelins taken offline, because they hurt really bad if they actually get a volley off. Oh good, he's suffering army losses. Nice.
And we won. There we go.
Yeah, we will want to mop up on this one. So you won't want to end it right away.
Sounds good. But we want to put that time up.
Yep. If you have any magic yet, drop a Swift Wing on some of the cavalry units.
Swift Wing. I can't even see. There's one.
Because that'll make them even faster.
Yeah.
Now, this will completely wipe out all the Chaos Warriors, so we won't have to deal with them if they attack us again, which will be good. Marauders are not as big of a deal. Chaos Warriors, though, they are... We do not have a lot of AP.
They're a pain in the neck.
Alright, you can end the battle now if you want. We've pretty much wrapped them up.
Sounds good to me. In battle, we win! Take that, stinking chaos.
Oh, what out? Thank you so much for the 21 months and the kind words. Appreciate it. Mr. Pig, have you had to face the unstoppable charge of the mighty Surtha Ek yet? I don't think Surtha Ek has attacked us yet. Surtha Ek, the one true god of Norska, yeah. I think he's probably the only character that GW or CA just kind of cooked up that has become so famous that a lot of people want him as a legendary lord because he terrorized Warhammer 1 so badly.
Uh-oh. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to lose that one. I'm just going to let that go.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can't see any way that I'm going to win that. It's a decisive defeat. There's like all of chaos known to man and a tiny little Vladimir little character there, a little patriarch, and a terribly small number of units. I don't think we'll win it though.
Yeah, probably not.
Happy for that one to just die. That settlement's been waiting to be lost for a long time. Hey CB4M, thank you very much for bringing it up with a quick. Everyone remember to like and subscribe to both channels so you won't miss any of his Kremlo jokes. And I agree, do make sure that you subscribe to both our channels. Remember, we're not just streaming on Sotek or my channels, we're also streaming on my channels and Sotek's channels all at once. It's a big 4-channel extravaganza both on Twitch and YouTube.
Yep.
Which is super fun.
What did Surtha Ek do in Warhammer 1? So... back when the game was a lot younger and it wasn't as diverse and there weren't as many units, Surtha Ek got notorious for terrorizing a lot of players because he had a very aggressive AI and he would just spam chariot units because of the way he kind of just worked. So he did this annoying thing where he would just constantly keep making chariots and chariots and chariots and chariots, and a lot of people didn't know how to deal with the chariot spam, so they would just get run over constantly, which would be very frustrating as an experience because, you know, you just couldn't do anything, and he would basically just keep running people over and harassing them without pause. And the big thing was that the Norska roster was so small that he basically just wouldn't do anything else. He would just run lots and lots and lots of chariots. So it made him very painful for people to play against. And so a lot of people really hated him, which led to a pretty notable series of memes of him just terrorizing everyone. Which, of course, led to that when, in Warhammer 2, they made a reference to him because they created a high elf character who's a princess of, I think, Illyrian, who's Surthara Ek. And then to capitalize it in Warhammer 2, when they added Mortal Empires, they gave Cetra a unique trait if he beat Surtha Ek in a fight, because, you know, he was the Great Lord of Chariots, but no, Cetra is the true Great Lord of Chariots, so you can get a unique trait by beating him up with Cetra the Imperishable, which is just fun.
Right, there we go. Just got myself Erengrad upgraded.
That's good.
The Slayer in me seeks death. Karak, Kadrin,
My map has turned round. That's annoying. There we go. That's a bit better. There's Prague. There's Kislev. Yeah, we're right way round now.
I grow restless.
Alright, I am in the clear to capture Castle Drakenhof, which is good.
I am the Slayer King.
That gives us access to some very sexy gold.
Hey, Van DK over in Twitch. Thanks very much for subscribing. Enormously appreciated. That's well cool. Thanks. Hey, Borodin has got his own warhorse, that lucky guy.
Oh, that's how you know you're climbing the ladder.
Yeah,
speed.
I've got a horse.
Demon Slayer. Doomsday.
For the Ice Queen.
Oh my god, my reinforcements have finally arrived outside
there they are.
Erengrad.
Hey!
I don't know how many turns that took, but like, good grief. That being said, unfortunately, it's only a temporary army because it's a grudge settler army, but they'll do what they can.
A grudge settler army? Do explain.
So, the dwarves have a mechanic called Age of Reckoning, which is like every 20 turns. Basically, the Longbeards grumble about how well or bad you've been doing at striking out grudges, and if you get the maximum version, you get a Nolengrom, which spawns an army of basically mostly slayers, but it's a bunch of dwarves that are obsessed with going out to settle grudges, so it's a free army that runs around for like 20 turns that you use to just go kick the crap out of people you don't like. And you
Nice.
don't have to pay them, which is great.
Nice.
I know we're outnumbered.
Yeah, that'll do.
Ludwig Gorst, huh? That is a nasty army. Huh.
Lamian Sisterhood.
Yes, they are coming after... They want the Silver Pinnacle back, because I'm sealing the holds beneath it. Or I'm sealing the tombs. And they are trying to stop me. Okay, I think we're gonna fight this guy.
Sounds good. Van DK pops in with a quick, really enjoyed Darkest Deeds. Delighted to hear that. We've been really enjoying playing the game. And happy that you made sure that there's enough space for everything after putting all the cards in the sleeves. There was a significant amount of discussion behind the scenes with Modiphius, because Modiphius are the printers. They're the ones who handled all the printing of the game, because we wanted to avoid doing it ourselves, because, hey, sending out boxes to everyone sounded like hard work. And we thought, hey, someone else can do that. So we let them do it. And the production side of it, as we were organizing all the innards, there was a lot of backwards and forwards as to exactly how that little bit of a card would be built on the inside of the box and how big this box should be. And it's fair to say that we had a lot of stipulations, some of which were very clearly along the lines of it must be big enough to include everything and to have baggies or some equivalent to make sure that everything can go in. So yeah, I'm also pretty happy with it, Avani DK. It pretty much does the job well.
Okay, so for this one, I'm gonna give you a somewhat difficult but important job.
Somewhat difficult job.
I'm gonna give you our horse
Look at
archers.
Starfield. Oh, the horse archers. Nice.
Yes. Oh yeah, because we're over in the Darklands. So there's like Chaos Dwarf industry stuff all over the place. But
Yeah, I'm
so
look around. Loving this.
basically what you need to do with them is just keep them on the move and just shooting at enemy units without getting them caught. That's the goal.
Well, if that's all I'm controlling, it shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, and the rest of my army is basically just gonna box up, and I've got.
Oh,
the,
Hex Race. I don't think I want to be attacking Hex Race though.
No, they'll mitigate a lot of the damage.
They'll do nothing over there. What's on the other flank? They're also Hex Race.
Yeah, the best case scenario, like it's fine it's fine to shoot the Hex Race. They'll take some damage. They won't take a lot, but they'll take some. The best
There's also a Vargulf there.
Yeah, the best case scenario would be if you could pin cushion the Vargulf or the Mortis engine. Those would be like the really nice ones to get.
Yep. Okay, well I'll start off in the Vargulf.
But the AI is also gonna protect them rather aggressively, so that might be.
Yeah, well, if I have to run, I have to run. We'll see how it goes.
All right, blasting charges are ready. I've got a whole bunch of blasting charges. Luckily, though, we do have some Kislevite Streltsy, which is good, and we do have a Demon Slayer, which is also really good.
Streltsy are only in the game because they were originally added in Wartime as during one of its many expansive extras, and I added the Streltsy into the Kislevite army and had to justify their existence to Games Workshop. They're like, where did these come from? Why do we have them? Do you know Wartime? They've been taken from Wartime and upgraded and turned into a new thing, and dropped largely over in Erengrad and given a whole story. And these Workshop were like, "Yo, no, cool, we're happy with that. That's great." So when we're writing out all of the Kislev book, that's why they got in, and they've managed to survive all the way through. There was a few things I wish we'd dropped in the Kislev book because they just weren't the best options, but because we had their creator as part of the writing team, they weren't necessarily easy things to drop.
You can't change that. I wrote it.
Yeah, it was pretty much exactly that. And I was very keen to drop parts of how the secret police were handled because it was all a little bit too close to real life versions. But because their creator was on the writing team, we didn't do that.
Yeah, it's funny. The secret police basically got like there's only one actual secret police unit now, which is the Regiment of Renown, the Night's Watch or the Night's Watchmen or whatever. Which they're armored Kossars that have like magic ice blades because they're Kadrin's like personal enforcers. But other than that, there's actually not really like you have the Akshina, but they're more like rural forces. Oh, good job. Yeah, lure in that Vargulf. Yeah.
Gosh, he's fast.
He is, but just lead him right towards the army. Because he will get shot to shit by these Streltsy.
Oh, he's gonna catch up with me. Oh, he's taking a swipe. Let's run in front of the army.
Fire!
He's so dead.
Blunderbusses!
Oh, well, that worked well. Oh, no, you don't. You're not getting away. Get out of it.
Well,
excellent.
That's one big boy dead.
Gotta be careful of those Hex Wraiths.
We got a Terrorgeist too.
I was just noticing that. Well, I'll take a few shots at the Terrorgeist and then run before the Wraiths arrive. Maybe get these Hex Wraiths to follow me around a bit. That's a bad Scottish accent. A fine strategy. That's not what Scottish people sound like.
Okay, the Slayers will deal with the Hex Wraiths.
Yep, I'm just waiting for you to pick them up before I... Right, that appears to be them tied up.
Oh, come and get it, Terrorgeist. Come and get it.
Mortis engine, that's my next target. We also have Crypt Horrors in the middle. What else is there? Ludwig himself.
Terrorgeist is scary.
For mounting and
Blasting charges!
Morpheus engines arriving, as are those Crypt Horrors and Ludwig himself. Loremaster will get a stream of me and my mates playing Dark Deeds. Yes, we will. We're in the process of figuring out the best way to handle that, actually. Oh, Gregor Skellen. Who the hell are you?
Oh, if you could have the archers focus, the horse archers focus the mortis engine. The sooner we get rid of that, the better.
I was, although I'm about to get flanked. So I'm just taking that unit away, and then I'm going to come in behind. What's this at the back? Corpse carts. You want any of those picked out too while I'm going by?
Nah, we could just focus on the other big stuff.
That mortis engine's almost dead.
Yes, it is. Let's get some quarrelers to help out with that.
for mountain and hall. Get on! Dringy to the slaying. Dwarf to the
David Whitfield, thanks very much for the super chat. Sartha Ek was such a pain and so fast at running away when he was outnumbered in Total War 1.
Yeah, he was actually a fairly well-designed, like AI enemy. But the problem is that the strategies he used just pissed people off so much. Well, he worked well, but people just hated him. All right, we got the Demon Slayer on the Strigoi. Good, good, good. He'll chop him up, no problem.
Let's start shooting.
Orange them! Just Hammer liking the game so far. Loving it.
On the march.
What's not to love?
Okay, that's all looking good. And if you run out of ammo, you can just start cycle charging. So like charge in, count to 5, pull out, charge again, count to 5,
Sounds
pull
good.
out.
Am I close to running out of ammo? Is that the bottom one?
Yes,
I'm
that's
close
the-
to running
yeah.
out of ammo. Just double checking. That being the case, let's go into.
Oh good, he's crumbling.
Hey, just that's him crumbling. Look at him go. Well, what a shame. Ha ha ha.
Okay. One down, like a billion to go. But good. That was a good victory for us.
Yeah, that went pretty well.
This looks tough. Insert Crimlo joke. That is what you should do in difficult situations. Is Felix...
Hey, Michael, thanks for saying that was a nice job with the cavalry. They basically just ran around stopping other people getting to us.
Is Felix alive somewhere in Age of Sigmar? No. Like, we've seen him, but what we've seen of him, he's definitely dead. Like, he's a ghost, essentially. But we don't know where he is. Somebody's got his spirit, but I'm pretty sure Games Workshop does not want to use Felix for Age of Sigmar. Because if they wanted to, I feel like they already would have done so. But
There is a lot of troops up here.
you know what? Let's do that.
If it speeds me doom, I'm for it.
Drozina. Yeah, I think I'm done.
I am almost done.
Hey up.
Okay,
It is formidable indeed, my queen.
Drives you on.
we're gonna have this guy fall back, and then see Ungrim's doing that.
Master of runecraft.
Karak is coming along. I want to have a deeps in Karazak. Oh, I guess I could. So what do I have here? Yeah, that's fine. We can get rid of that building. And then give me the building that lets me get gyro bombers, because that'll be good. And then,
Done.
okay, I've got an engineer down here who can start heading up this way. I need a runesmith in. I can't. I don't have anywhere nearby I can get runesmiths from. That's unfortunate. We'll have to make that.
Michael, thanks very much for the super chat. What's the difference between the boyars and the druzina? Very simply, the boyars are higher nobility, the druzina are lower.
Yep.
That's the simple way of putting it. The boyars are the core nobility, the druzina are the lesser nobility. There are different definitions for how they've been used in different books in LAWhammer. LAWhammer and Warhammer, pardon me. LAWhammer. The Realms of the Ice Queen used them in one particular way, where they were even used as careers, where you'll find that the Ataman are also dropped in there too. The local chiefs and the individual stanistas, that's the local towns. Where each one of the stanistas has to raise a rota, which is effectively a regiment, a rota of local troops. We're off. What's happening?
Hockland wants something.
Allies. I'm cool with that. Sure, trade agreement. Let's go.
Huh, I'm kind of shocked Ludenhoff is still alive. Normally Festus strangles him by now.
Although he doesn't really look like Ludenhoff, which upsets me.
Well,
so
he's got
much.
a generic model.
It upsets me so much.
You got all the devs sitting in a room go, well, are you gonna pay for a unique Ludenhoff model? Let's see.
No, that doesn't mean I don't want one.
True.
Check my diplomacy.
Thorgrim Grudgebearer has arrived. The High King. I am missing one of his items. What item is he missing?
Here we go.
Oh, he doesn't have the
Done
Great
there.
Grudges left. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
No trade around Auckland though. They would like to have. Oh, I got a whole gold out of him. A whole mighty one.
I am your High King. Good to have you back, boss.
So close with Austin there. Right, that'll do.
Want this freaking building?
Technology researched. Excellent.
The slayer in me seeks
Lord not moved, and the Lord isn't going to move. Let's be honest. It's getting health back at such a ridiculously low rate, though.
You need to get your casualty replenishment up.
Yeah.
You have buildings that can do that, and some of your characters have skills that'll up that as well.
Yeah. The Zarina's fine. She's maxed out, but she's waiting for a unit to arrive. Yeah, you can just hang there for a moment. End turn.
Okay, grab that. We sacked Essen, so let's fall back towards Dreckenhof. Because I have enough money now that cut as a Karak, we can... Oh no, I need 2 population. That's right. Okay, that's fine. Let's upgrade our guild workshop and our runesmith.
So my army's got the plague. Thanks very much for confirming that, Fidel Flash Flood. So thus not regenerating properly. Boo. Can I do anything about that?
No, you just kind of have to wait it out.
I can do that.
If you mouse over the disease-looking skull, it'll tell you how many turns are left.
Okay, so if I... Oh, there we go. I see it.
That being said...
Skaven plague. Screw those frickin' Skaven.
Yeah, if you click on Aarongrad, down the bottom left, you have the provincial edict. There might be a provincial edict that makes it where your...
Chance of plague spreading, minus 40%.
Yeah, so you might pop that on so it doesn't spread to Kadrin's army as easily.
That's good.
Alright, my dwarves are gonna go start picking a fight with these here Norskins.
Sounds great.
Thorgrim, what are we
Also,
doing?
thanks for confirming that over there, Hoppet. Missed your comment there. Ratwood says it's basically the difference between a duke and a baron. Yeah, kinda, although it's got a slightly different cultural setup. And as Zoimek Sarzi says, whose name I have almost certainly pronounced incorrectly, apologies. I feel like Kislev is a cultural mess. It is. When it was first created, Kislev was very much a fantasy Eastern Europe. And it took aspects of all of Eastern Europe and threw them together as one great big melange, a big mess. And as later writers came along and started adding detail to it, something rotten in Kislev, it turned into fantasy Russia instead, and a particular version of Russia rather than just and a mixture of everything. And then later, books came along and added extra bits. So the Empire Army list came out and added the Winged Lancers and put them very much central into Kislev, although they had been mentioned in the previous edition too. And the mixture of Polish elements, Prussian elements, Russian elements, Ukrainian elements, Mongol elements was a mess. So when we came along and did the Realm of the Ice Queen book, we tried to attach each one of the various cultural differences to the older tribes that have been there, whether it was the Frykings, the Ropsmen, the Ungals, the Gospodars, and we attempted to split it up according to those. So the more Mongol influences that you found in Kislev were attached to the Ungals. The more Russian elements were attached primarily through to the Gospodars. Having said that, though, that got broken up by others later. Oops. Pray to land or pray to the skies. What's the difference between these?
Oh, you should read that event. Like, actually read the text. The flavor text on that one's actually really interesting.
An elderly farmer begs for an audience. He claims to have found a greater crack in the frozen earth from which, allegedly, emanates the blessed voice of the motherland herself, Mother Kislev. One wish she will grant, and then the fissure will close, he avows. Though he may be deluded, we would be unwise to ignore this. So yeah, that would be unwise to ignore. So I could pray to the land and get myself some extra recruit ranks, or I could pray to the skies and get my cooldowns this drop.
Yeah, sometimes if you mouse over the decisions and you like let your mouse hover there, sometimes those have flavor text as well.
Nice.
Let's see, what kind of keeper do we want in our Demon Slayer army? Do we want an Ironbeard or a Wanderer? I feel like a Wanderer synergizes well.
10 turns. Oh, it's not 10 points for Legion's power. It's only 1 turn. That's nothing. Any other good? Oh, I'm all up for that. Oh, I'm sorely tempted to buy a Goblin Hewer.
Oh, they're fun. They're a little tricky to use, but they're fun.
Really hope you see Throt over there. Yes, Throt's been kicking around for a wee while. Watchdog, thanks very much for the super chat, being a bit of a pain. Hey Tech27SS, what do you think the end time units are being brought into the Total War Warhammer? Well, I haven't read, and thanks very much for the bits there. I haven't read the new blog yet, so I'm not even sure what it says in there. If you want to give me a quick hint over on that one, Sotek.
So the TLDR is basically that it was never explicitly stated, but it was pretty much the case with Games Workshop that Total War Warhammer wasn't going to be allowed to use any of the end time stuff. That they wanted to keep it purely focused on 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy and things adjacent to it. Like, there were occasionally times where they would allow, like, a little bit of wiggle room, but for the most part, that seemed to have been the case. And basically, the developer interview that came out, in the video, they just come right out and say, oh, by the way, we're doing end-time stuff now. Because they're doing Scar Blood Wrath for Khorne, the Reaper guys, and the Wrathmonger, so, like, the new models that they got. They're like, yep, those are a thing now. So it's happening, and everyone was like, what? So it's kind of a shock. Do you want to send one of your armies to for my dwarves to back up, like, or oh no, you're recruiting stuff right now, aren't you?
I'm my ill army, which isn't regenerating just now, isn't particularly strong. It's I mean, half the units are in trouble.
Okay, I'm just gonna go bully some Norscan settlements until you're ready to fight. Then.
I can move up that way. Although having said that, though, Hammer Framefrost is sitting just over there.
Yeah,
Throt and is Harold. Yeah, there's Harold.
We should probably reclaim Alexandrinov first, but let's wait for Kadrin to get whatever it is she's recruiting.
She's got 2 turns left.
That's fine. I'm going to move this guy over here so that he's just hanging out to help protect your settlements. Okay. The only other thing I've got left to do is Ungrim. Let's go claim Eschen for the dwarfs. The nice thing is, once I capture a lot of these Sylvanian settlements, I can trade them to the Empire for lots of money. Or if you come down here...
Is there any real benefit of doing that beyond the extra cash, or is it better keeping the settlements?
So, one of the things this system has is when you look at a settlement, there's a little picture on the right that has like a little icon in it, and it's circled by either green, yellow, or red. So because I'm playing dwarfs, temperate climate, which is like regular climate, is considered unpleasant for me, which means I take penalties. So my buildings are more expensive. They take 50% longer to build. They produce less income. So it's better for me to trade the settlements to another faction, because then I get a lot of money for them, and that faction also likes me a lot. Instead of keeping it and it not being worth as much.
No, that makes an awful lot of sense. It's interesting where they put the Shrine of Urson. It's an interesting place to put it.
Yeah.
I mean, there are better places they could have put the Shrine of Urson. There's actual massive, like the Teeth of Urson, for example, which, for those of you who are watching my stream, they're positioned around about here, just north of Kislev. But in the Cliffs of Shargan, which is where the Shrine of Urson currently is, the Cliffs of Shargan are not a friendly place. They're also, interestingly, a place where there was a crash of one of the Old One vessels, one of the silver ships, crashed in the Cliffs of Shargan. So one presumes, if you want to place when that crash was, it was during the first Cataclysm. One of the great Old One ships crashed into that mountain range.
So what you're saying is that Gravity Falls is canon in Warhammer.
So yeah, and to just finish off what I was saying to you before, Zoimek, we had ourselves a mixture of different cultures, including some older cultures which were also based on some of the old Slavic cultures, largely because Games Workshop had just copy-pasted names over. So there was a bunch of old ruined cultures, there was a centaur culture, there was basically a lot of cultures in the area. And then when it got simplified out in 8th edition and then into the end times, it all got forgotten again. Total War came back out and they kind of took bits of it, ignored bits of it, and they focused on the Ungals, and they mentioned the Ropsmen and the Fry Kings here or there, but that's about it. But the differentiation of the units was lost. So the Ungals being the ones who had all the horse archers pretty much gone. The winged lancers only being from the Gospodars pretty much gone. It was an interesting mix. And for the roleplay game, it was pretty much separated and defined and made a little bit cleaner and better. But ultimately, yeah, maybe not. Fidel Flashflood popping up with maybe that's why the Shrine of Urson is there. No, the thing that's there is worse. It's a Chaos Witch that's there, which is why it's an interesting place to put the Shrine of Urson. In more than one book, there is a great hag that's there, and it's a Chaos Hag, not a Hag of Kislev from the Ungals. And she's the worst. And she makes her lair in the crash site for where the Old Ones crashed. And Chaos forces have often stopped in the Crags of Shargan. The Crags of Shargan were also noted for being a gathering point for the Dragon Ogres.
Yeah, if I had to guess, which I am, I would guess that the reason they put that there was because someone went, "Hey, we've got this big mountain space that we can put something in."
Yeah, totally.
And it needs to be something Kislev themed because it's Kislev's spot. So what do we put there? And someone was like, Shrine of Urson. And they went, okay.
Yeah, totally.
That's what happened.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It's an interesting place to put it. It isn't what I would have chosen if I was making the choices, but at the same point, I might have done. I think I'd have probably tried to reinforce the nature of Troll Country and what's north of Erengrad is dangerous, though, and the south being perhaps the more Kislev Urson territory. I'd have probably used this big empty space between Prague, Fort Ostrosk, which I named Zavastra, which I also named. Used that large area there and possibly plomped something in there. Something in the wide oblast rather than up in the mountains. Then use the mountains to do something chaosy. But really, in the great scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Got to end my turn there, sorry.
No, you're all good. I'm still wrapping up my stuff. Okay, so next turn, Kadrin should be ready to march, right?
Next turn, Kadrin is indeed ready to march.
Okay, so what I think we should probably do is I can have... So
and I'm also healing now with my other unit too, so...
Good. So I've got Mundry ambushing in the forest north of you. So what we could do is have Mundry attack Castle Alexandrov, and we can have Kadrin... We can have Kadrin march to basically reinforce him. That way we can take the city back for you.
Love it. Yep, totally cool with that. Ruinous infiltration. The unthinkable has occurred. We've uncovered a chaos cult in the very heart of the motherland.
Oh god, no.
The blasphemers were similarly, I can't even speak anything. It's late in the morning. Summarily executed, but we must take drastic action to prevent such an infection occurring again by falling to dogma, which will give us further rationality. I think rationality, because I'm more Catherine than I am great orthodoxy. Okay, so that's me moving in.
Okay.
And I'm going to move Oregon in there to heal back up a little bit faster.
All right. So
Do you want to just auto, or do you want to just take it? We've got a decisive victory up.
Yeah, I think we can just auto-resolve it.
Okay.
My guys don't regenerate because they're a reckoning army, but that's fine.
Don't stop till you're dead.
My guys mad at me.
And what I can do here is I can occupy. And then I'm gonna hop out of the settlement
The Tsarina bids you well.
and say, you can have this. So if you go into your diplomacy menu, you should see that you have a diplomacy thing from me.
Ending negotiations from Karak Kadrin. I accept.
Take back your Umgak city.
If you've got a request, I'll hear it now.
All right.
How long is this illness going to last here? Where is it? It's here, I think. There we go. How
It's
many
got
turns have I got?
Two turns left.
2 turns left. I can cope with that. So is that place is mine again. Love it.
Guild's bidding. Guild's secrets will be used.
Yep, you've proven your right through. Well done.
Okay, my engineer is causing problems with vampires, which is good and great and wonderful. Don't want to march out and attack him. No, I think I'll wait. And then Ungrim, we're gonna go capture Waldenhof. Ratwood's asking about the lore of the Ropsmen. You hear about them a lot, but don't know much about them. That's because there's not that much written about them. There's like little snippets here or here and there. In the Kislev book, there was a Ropsmen quarter, for example, added to Prague. They were the initial human tribal folk that were in the Northern Oblast. Although, having said that, by our map, it wasn't the Northern, it was the Eastern Oblast. The Northern Oblast was held by the Frykings. Although, according to some books, the Frykings were right beside the Funones, who were down in Sylvania. The Funones, though, are barely canon in that they were originally fan-created material that got added to the game by someone who didn't realize that they were fan-created and just copy-pasted them in, and then they became an official part of the background because it was in a book, which was an interesting way for them to arrive. You'll find that a lot of the minor tribes didn't actually originate with Games Workshop. They originated with fans of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay during the 90s, and they got added in through a variety of accidental routes, often through the second edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. So there's not a lot written about them other than they are one of the local indigenous tribes that still have their own cultural roots and stories that are held in the area. They've got quarters. They were entirely quarters. They've got, quarters inside the cities. They were entirely subjugated by the Gospodars when they arrived in Kislev approximately 1,000 years ago.
But the Ropsmen in particular have been kicking around since the time of Sigmar and before. So consider them like the Eudoces, who eventually formed Ostland, or the Ostrogoths, who eventually formed Ostermark. They're one of the local human tribes, but they didn't fall in with Sigmar. They're one of the human tribes that used to be in the area of mostly modern-day Kislev, the Ropsmen, the Frey Kings, or the Free Kings, depending on which version of pronunciation you prefer to go with, the Ungauls being there as well. The Gospodars, they arrived much, much later, so only 1,000 years ago. And the Gospodars come from deep into the steppe. So they are, if you want a proper analogy for what they would be like for real world, they would be very much. Do I need to do a thing? I'm too busy talking here. Not doing my upgrade. Let me do my. So I've ended my turn. That was super fast. As I was saying, they. Where was I? I was going to say something about. Oh, I got completely lost on my track there. Oh no!
That's
cultural people, places where they used to live. Real world analogy. So the Gospodars. The Gospodars were originally sort of the Russians, but the Russians, as many people understood it, were Western people, as in they were the ones that sat around Moscow as a people, the Rus. But the version of Warhammer weren't Western, they were Eastern, and they came from the Chaos Wastes, far to the east, far beyond the lands of the Hobgoblin Khans. And they fought through the Hobgoblin lands, fought over into the World's Edge Mountains they came across. So when we were doing the version of Kislev for Realm of the Ice Queen, the Gospodars were very much marked as Eastern coded, much like the Ungauls were Eastern coded, meaning that they were given a more Eastern style of descriptions, but they weren't Eastern as we understand it in the real world. By that I mean, you know, your classic epicanthic folds and dark hair. They didn't have dark hair, they had blonde hair, they had red hair, they had lots of different colors of hair, and the reason for that is the touch of chaos that sits in their bloodline, because they came from the far north. They were originally one of the tribes of chaos. However, again, that changed in time, and when, for example, it was picked up by Total War, they basically went, yeah, they're Russians. They're all Russians. That's it, we're done. And that's pretty much how they did the models for the entirety of it. So whether they were Ungauls or whether they were Gospodars, they just went, no, they're all Russian and they look like they're Western. So we lost a lot of the ethnic diversity that had been added to the setting, where the Ropsmen and the Frey Kings were meant to be the Western coded ones. And they were the ones that had been subjugated by Eastern invasion, but that got changed. So there you go. There's a nice little bit of various cultural nonsense that kicked around. Oh, I'm meant to be entering more. Pardon me, I apologize.
No,
you should have kicked in and you should have said, "Oh, Andy, press buttons."
I was enjoying listening.
Will you join me?
So yeah, not a great deal of lore, although you'll find that there's little snippets here or there all over the books. There's a tiny bit inside of Realm of the Ice Queen. There's almost certainly bits dropped into this game as well. I imagine there'll probably be like a little bit saying Ropsman this or Ropsman that.
Well, it's basically you have the Ropsman clan as one of the starting. They start in control of Prague, which is their big thing.
They control Prague.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was Ungol as it was pitched before, but it's a place that's ruled by the Gospodars. So the Ropsmen had just a tiny quarter. That's all of their influence was. That's all the influence they were left with inside Prague, which was the great capital of the north. It was originally one of the great Ungol centers, and the Gospodars defeated it. And obviously later, Chaos does the same.
Dokey. So many
Where
vampires.
we are.
Leave me alone, you undead bastards. Let's see. Why don't we do... What do I want to do with this army? Let's grab that.
Hey, my army's almost getting better. Let's bolster it up a little bit. What's my money like at the moment? It's so-so. How's the Ice Queen's army? Not too bad. Maybe worth taking Roy Shank. Have a look what we've got out here. We've got Harold and we've got Karak. Am I at full 20 units? Yeah, I am. Take that in. Recruit.
Oh, good job, engineer. Nice. Engineer's doing a great job setting traps. Okay, I can go into the deeps over at Karak now, so that's good.
Okay, that'll do. Oh shit. I almost missed. Who's this? Who's in the middle of here? Ivold. Who are you? The Fecundite.
Oh, that's Festus.
I'm not at war with him just now, I don't think.
Yeah, so we can
Ignore
strategically ignore him.
Yep, I was just thinking that. Ignore him. Who's this? Oh yeah. Continue on with his conviction. In my turn.
Let's see. Let's grab Warriors Guild, and then Ungrim can march on. Yeah, we can march on Templehof, which may be a big ugly fight. Let's see.
Hey, Darius Rose, thanks very much for the super chat. How tall is Kadrin and Mishka the Slaughterer? I know, a weird question. So in the version that we originally went with, this was actually discussed because I was writing all of the Ice Queen material and the Ice Witch material in particular. And the Gospodars were specifically written as a tall race of humans, where the Ungals were specifically written as a shorter race. So the average height for the Ungals was only about 5'5", 5'6", where the average height for the Gospodars was sitting around 6 foot. They were seen as tall and lean and beautiful and exotic because they were so unlike most of the Western peoples. Our version of Mishka, when we're deciding, when she came swooping in, she was big. She was like about 6'4", 6'5", proper big. Where Katarina was seen to be shorter, but by many was seen as the greatest Khan Queens of old, reborn. So there was a discussion as to whether we should make her taller, but the art that we already had, one of which I'd done myself, was not tall, so we ended up making her, for our version at least, around about 5'8", 5'9". So there you go.
Now, speaking of Kadrin, if y'all want to see Andy show off a little bit on his version of Kadrin, you should start watching LAWhammer for no reason in particular.
Yeah, she's popped up, and in our LAWhammer one, she's coded Eastern. Although I didn't like the first image I did of her. I'm going to do another one, I think.
And she ends up dealing with the character that, when you realize who's going to be dealing with her, will make you very nervous as a viewer. Going, oh no, oh
no. Yeah.
Master
you're not
Rune
wrong.
of Alaric the Mad. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, I'd be taking that bad boy. Zoyshenk's looking like it's right for the plucking here. Although Harold and Karak, it's a bit much on both sides. If we both go over there, it's probably fine.
Oh,
what
yeah,
do you think?
yeah, we can take that.
So will I go mark that one then?
Yep, I'll have. Oh, you're so fast. Well, tell her to encircle. Don't attack it just yet.
Okay.
Because I've got to march Mundry over in range. Okay, now you can attack it.
Okay, sounds good. Although the actual fight is going to be very simple. It's a decisive victory. Well, it's only got, what, like 5 units?
Yeah, we can just auto-resolve it.
Just auto-resolve that one.
Sotek/Andy, do you have a favorite Total War Warhammer creation, like Solostra or Tarmacon's Chieftains? Anything they created you really like? I love Solostra gear. I mean, I like pretty much everything that CA's added, but I very much enjoy Solostra Deerfon in particular. She's a favorite of mine because she's a very unique perspective on a lot of different concepts, like the idea that she's kind of like an undead high priestess of Stromfells, that taking the concept of a banshee and saying, what if an opera singer became a banshee? Like, they take it in a lot of really enjoyable directions.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it's making me laugh.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is funny, but like, I love her as she's very over the top, but I really enjoy that. Do I think we'll get an End or Koresh by the end of the next year? By the end of next year, it's possible. That being said, I've been really digging into the tinfoil hat shit lately. And the Rupsmen are dead. Rip.
Bye-bye, Rupsmen. Okay, that does make me wonder what's over there now, though. Is it by any chance Chaos? Oh, no, it's Skaven.
It's probably Throt got him, I would guess.
And up in Prague, it's flat and it's Skaven. Yeah.
I'm gonna run out
Which
here
means
and
Harrow.
bonk this vampire on the head.
Sounds good. Hey, David. Thanks very much for the super chat. Andy, could it be posited that if there was no time of the three emperors, Vlad would have been content to stay in Sylvania or even join the empire? Right, so if there was no time of the three emperors, then the empire would not have collapsed. Let's say that we have got, after 2,000 years, a solid empire. Then I think Vlad would have risen within Sylvania regardless. And I think that he very likely would have probably gone to war regardless. But he would have almost certainly been on the receiving end of far stiffer competition because the empire would have been working as one and would have been whole. But in turn, he would have just had to be more canny and more capable. I don't think it would have ended it. I think it's quite likely that Vlad, given his character and given the character of Isabella, almost certainly would have reached the position where he pushed for it. And given that at his heart, the story of Vlad is one of dark Gothic romance, the idea that he wouldn't have attached himself to Isabella is just a nonsense. It would have happened. And the idea that the both of them would not have gained their megalomaniacal desire to move out and control, again, is a nonsense. It would have happened. It would have just had to have happened under different circumstances. And I think that possibly it would have been worse because they would have had to be clever.
Yeah, one thing that I'll add in with that is that what would have been interesting is that it would have probably resulted in Vlad relying more on causing civil war, of trying to influence a lot of the living, like elector counts and stuff, because at the end of the day, like, one of the things that makes the empire is that when life gets good, a lot of the elector counts tend to start kind of eyeing each other up, unfortunately.
Yeah, in fact, I think it would have been very easy to have seen him. You could have built a different story. The Lamians, for example, could have fostered discontent between the various elector counts and possibly have caused a different version of the Ottoman Empire to form from Talabicland, for example. And it could have become a vampire playground with each of the bloodlines arguably fighting over different factions within it. Or alternatively, the Karsteins, as they would become, could become far more clever and subtle in what they're doing. So that would have been potentially awful.
So what I think would probably be best to do with Kadrin this turn, so we have like three options. We could strike north and hit the Tower of Karak and destroy it. That way the Norskins and the forces of Azazel don't have like a place they can easily build up their armies. Or we could set a trap for Harald, who's over there by the mountains.
Yeah, I see him. Yep.
Or we could strike Fort Straghov, which probably has Skaven in it.
I quite like the idea of consolidating the east by taking the Tower of Karak. I've got Borodin in the south who's ready to move again now.
Okay, so why don't we have...
And...
So probably the best thing would be to have Tsarina and Mundry march for the Tower of Karak to secure the west.
So I'll march up without attacking.
Okay, great.
And then I'll bring Borodin up. I can attack that banner up there if you want.
Yeah, and have Borodin defend Zoishek.
Yep, that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's just moved in. So let's now attack there. It's a Pyrrhic victory. Do we want to fight this one out?
Hell yeah, we want to fight this one.
Yeah, I think so. Fight battle.
And we both have our own armies this time. This will be fun.
This will be fun. Although, I don't think I want to be in control of my own army too much yet. I'm still not quite there.
Oh, interesting. So this is a choke point map. So you can see there's a big old river, and there's only one crossing point.
Yeah, nice one. Hey, Ratwood, just as a small one there, since they're supposed to be Western-coded tribe, my personal headcanon is the Ropsmen are the Lithuanians of Warhammer. Not a bad headcanon. Indeed, behind the scenes, Lithuanians were most certainly one of the discussed positions for exactly that. There was quite a lot of discussions as to what the individual tribes were, and it's fair to say that different, because there was 4 writers on that book, different people cared more or less about this. Some literally didn't care. They're like, don't be stupid, they're just Ropsmans. Where others were like, you know, if we're looking for something that's an analogy, what parts are we taking in? Particularly because there are so many real world influences. Right, so let me just go Control A and pass those over to you like so you can grab whatever you want out of them.
So this one, we have a pretty straightforward strategy. I think the best thing for us to do is going to be to deploy as far forward as possible and to rush to the choke point and try and take it. Because if we can take and hold, yeah. So
I see it. Yeah.
If we can take and hold that, then when my stuff gets here, I'll be able to just obliterate everyone from safely behind that point.
Yep.
So I would take all of your...
Hey, Wind Turning Leaf, thanks for confirming that apparently I'm at war with Festus. When on earth did that happen?
You might have
Thanks for confirming that. I totally missed that.
Yeah,
thanks very much, Wind Turning Leaf.
Just got dragged in. Okay, so... Yeah, so we're going to want to be hyper aggressive and just run as fast as we can to that crossing point. And I will let you handle your melee stuff. And the best thing will be, once we get there, just having your halberds and your Zargard just draw a line right in the middle of it, and they will hold against damn near anything.
Sounds good to me. So I'm looking to take the halberds, Zargard, move them across the center, take the Slayers and put them near the center line too. And the Beowulfs off to the side along with the characters.
Yeah, and the Beowulfs can just slam into anything that isn't halberds, and they will make a mess of it.
Good. Sounds good. I'm happy with that.
All right, I'm ready if you're ready.
I'm ready, so let's press start battle.
All right, and I'm just going to use my dervishes to keep them busy while we head over there.
Dun. Yep, they're retreating. That's what we want to see.
They do have Harry the Hammer with them, so when Kadrin gets in range, I would probably start bullying him with Death Frost immediately. The more health we can take off him, the better. Death Frost. Where's Harry? He's got the big hammer over his head.
I don't see him. Why don't I see him?
He's in the back next to the aspiring champions and the chariots.
Ah, there he is. That's why I don't see him. Greatest of witches! The heck was that?
You are being spirit leeched by his death wizard.
That's rude.
Indeed. All right, so let's just get those halberds and Zargard drawn across the ford. You can have the Slayers in there, and all of my shooting should be in range in just a moment, and we can start. He really does not want to fight us without his reinforcement, so I think he's just gonna kind of twiddle his thumbs a bit. Yep, here they come. And you can throw the Ice Lynx, Kadrin, and the Patriarch. I would say throw them into the chariots. Oh, good. My lads are here. Brave Dowie! Oh, he's got aspiring champions. That's not great. And just keep an eye on Death Frost whenever the cooldown's off. Just keep hitting Harry with it.
It's got a big cross over it just now. There we go. Keep on losing Harry. Is that him there? There he is.
The gyrocopters have arrived! Let's give those aspiring champions something to chew on, lads!
Where's his wizard?
It's his general.
Ah, there he is. Got him.
Have the Patriarch pull back.
Yep, I was just about to do exactly that. Just engaging the... Oh, those, they're almost dead, the Slayers. That's because of the aspiring champions, of course.
Yeah, they've taken a bit of beat, but they did their job. They held the line.
They did, and they're gone. Oh well, so much for these Slayers. At least I don't need to pay them.
They met their doom. They fulfilled their role.
They did. Good job. You guys, well done.
And just in time, too, because now my Slayers are here.
Look to their wizards! Spell incoming!
Come on, make this a contest.
Oh, he's got Corby's chariots. That's not very nice.
That Harry's really being a pain in the neck here.
Don't worry, my Demon Slayer's coming for him.
Taste the axe.
Demon Slayer! Oh, my lord.
When I'm done, there'll be no
Ah!
Can't do that spell. Not enough magic.
Longbeards to the front
You can turn on
line!
the hair card cards by pressing space and selecting them from the menu. So, pressing space and selecting them from the menu. So say that again. So Gemini Twin says, Andy, you should turn on hero character cards by pressing space and selecting them from the menu. I'm not quite sure what you mean. So, oh, wait a minute, up here. Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks for that. Really appreciated there, Gemini Twin.
Oh, the flame cannons are in range! Let's melt them! Protect the Tsarina!
Who's that? Tygas Bloodheim.
reach fast. For the
And Marauder Horseman coming in too.
Alright, dwarf reinforcements are in the thick of it. Alright, Harry the Hammer is dead.
Excellent, good job.
Iron Drakes are in range. Light them up, lads!
There's a lot of Chaos Boys.
Oh, it's roasting time. Yeah! We are stuck in. Careful about letting Kadrin overchase.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that for a fair chunk of them actually. I told you to come back. Lost track of where she was.
Forward! You can pull back any troops you have out there. We can let the dwarf army deal with the heavy lifting.
Sounds good to me. Retreat! Hold the line! While I'm doing that, Darius asks, same with Bretonnians, since lore says knights are taller and stronger than most men of the old world. Also, as Bretonnia is similar to Norman-occupied Britain in terms of knights being a different ethnic group. Yeah, so Bretonnians aren't the same as Norman-occupied Britain because the Bretonnians come from the Bretonni tribe, and the Bretonni tribe are not Vikings. Absolutely aren't coded as them either. So they are far more French in basis, largely because of the original history for what was Bretonnia, which was France. It wasn't France, including Normandy, and then the attack of the Normans. It doesn't really have its own Viking spot, so to speak. The Bretonni tribes, and they're often referred to as tribes rather than just individual tribe. Should I be ending this battle?
No, not yet. I'm gonna run people down real quick.
Do you want me to speed it up?
Yeah, we can do that.
There we go. So they're not really coded the same. Having said that, though, the Bretonni tribe, for their knights, the reason for their height is not necessarily because of their tribal basis. It's because of the blessings that they carry. Because every single last one of those knights is, to a degree, holy. Every last one of those knights is a representative of the Lady of the Lake on the battlefield. Where the general peasantry are not described as being taller than the rest of the old world stock, so to speak. The tallest stock in the old world is generally the Midlanders, is generally the Gospodars, if you're looking for the individual tribes. So we're looking at the Teutigans and the Gospodars in terms of the tribal part. Having said that, though, the knights are, without compare, bigger than almost everybody else too. So yeah, there's a whole lot of it.
Yeah. To be fair, one of the big things as well with the knights is that, like, because of the way Bretonnian culture is set up, a lot of the knights like have very awesome, supportive food throughout the entirety of their lives, because they're very pampered of that social contract of the peasants take care of the knights by making sure they're well fed and everything, but the knights then have to go out and fight and defend them, which has resulted in those noble families having very big stock. They're big boys. And girls.
Just realized I had a whole bottle, well, almost a whole bottle of Malbec here. Maybe I should have been swigging that.
It was waiting for you.
So,
all right, nice. And now we can push on to the tower itself.
Right. Let's. Where are we? Almost up to. No, Charlotte doesn't de-provide today, so we can take out that tower.
I think you mean Solyak.
Hey.
Oh,
Charlotte,
you got the frostworm mount.
Yeah, I was just about to say exactly that. I've got my big frostworm. Holy shit! Yes.
By the way, are you making sure to have an active invocation?
I didn't have enough faith at the time.
Okay.
So I think fighting this one makes sense. Yes.
Do the encirclement because I'm not in range yet.
Okay, shall do. Continue siege.
Okay, now you can do it.
It's a decisive victory. So will we just auto resolve it?
If we auto resolve, you're gonna lose the Beowulfs. Which, if you're okay with that, we can auto resolve, or we can fight it manually so we don't lose anything.
I mean, it's only Beowulfs. I'll get them back again.
Okay, it's your choice.
Done.
And I would either sack it or raise it, but I mean, you can take it if you want, but then you have to worry about defending it. I would just raise it and skedaddle.
All right. If you think that's for the best.
Because then they're going to have to take it back if they want to use it for anything, which is going to slow them down.
Raise.
As long as we walk.
And then you can, if you want, you could, I would probably, if you do want to pop back into March stance, that's fine. Just make sure you go into the forest so you're not too close to the Skaven.
I was just thinking exactly that. Oh, I'm not going to get much further with March.
As long as you get back into your territory.
I'm not getting back in. I'm
really?
Apparently not getting any further. No, I'm not getting far enough.
Well, that's all right.
Let me try that again. March has not given me any extra distance at all. It's weird.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, well, screw that. I'll just stand in normal stance and just take a little bit of attrition before I go back.
Yeah, that's fine. We dealt them a pretty big blow to their advanced camp, so that's good.
We certainly did.
I grow restless.
Okay.
Right.
I love that Kadrin's got her big dragon now. Good.
Yeah, that makes me happy. They didn't exist when I was making Kislev, so that's always a nice extra. Okay, Ice Queen, what are you going to get this time? Best of the court? Let's add that up a bit. Building upgrade available. Let's upgrade Zoishenk a little. And what do we have already out here? We've got... What's that? Oh, the anchorage.
Let's see what I want to do here. Let's get walls at Karak Ungor.
Demon Slayer.
How much money have I got? You did pretty well.
For the wisdom of Valea. Summon me if you dare.
So many options. I'll wait for more money first. In turn.
Get some Zargard for Thorgrim Grudgebearer's army.
For my Slayer oath.
Because who better to protect the High King?
Oh, we've got a bot in Twitch chat. That's rather annoying. Piss off, bot.
Those do like to pop up.
Yeah, no.
Do I want... Yeah,
oh, I'm not on the right ID.
That's fine. I'll take a gyrocopter unit.
One rag.
Okay, everything else is looking good, so I think that's good for this turn. Oh, that's right. Because you raised a settlement, you don't have extra movement. That's right.
Yep. I was a bit confused, and then I sort of figured it out about 30 seconds ago. I was like, oh, of course, I've raised the settlement. That makes sense.
Ah, Malachi! Finally come to see your king!
Okay, how do you get rid of a frickin' bot thing?
Left click on their name, and then there's a
Yep.
little axe/hammer symbol all the way to the left in the middle. You just click on that.
I'm obviously not seeing it correctly here. So I've got the bit. Can I just block him? Oh, it's already been done. Hawk did it.
Oh,
God
yeah.
Dang it! You beat me to it, Hawk. I was learning.
Hawk's in there going like, God damn, he's so slow! He's so slow!
Thanks, Hawk. You kick ass. God damn it! I almost figured it out. All right, so let's carry on with me units. What do we have out here? Harold's approaching for a fight. You're down there too, aren't you? Oh no, you're not. You're up there just now. Let's
Let's get screen
bring
space.
myself down much closer.
I'm not quite sure how to help.
Alexa, shut up.
My axe thirsts for
Bloody
Good
hell,
old
Alexa.
Alexa just trying to help.
Trying to help in heavy quotation marks there. Yeah, get out of it. Right. Right. So we got Harold to worry about over there. Fort Stragov, which I also named, so we have to take that at some point. But Vermich is up there. Do we have any other Skaven kicking around? Not that I see. Only Vermich. Where's... I don't believe that's true.
The rest of
Where's
them
Thrall?
are probably hiding.
Yeah, there's Highvold, who's currently being harassed by apparently some Wood Elfie spirits, as you do.
What can I do?
No! Don't critically fail, you idiot. Ah, whatever. Gotta do everything myself around here. Let's see. Zufbar. Let's get some walls on Zufbar, pretty please.
Let us begin.
I'm happy with that. In turn.
Wisdom of Valea. Yes.
As to the general conversation as to who's the tallest humans in the Warhammer world, it's whoever Games Workshop is writing a book about at that time.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds nonsense, but they write the Chaos Marauders and they go, the Chaos Marauders are the toughest, and then you read a different book and they go, yeah, most of the people from this particular tribe are actually quite short, and you're like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense with that tribe being described as the tallest people in the world. The studio has almost this preference of whatever they're writing about making it bigger than whatever came before. And that being the case, you tend to find that Bretonians, when they come out, they're bigger than everyone else. Oh, now we're doing Norse stuff. Oh, they're bigger than everyone else. Now we're doing Chaos Marauders. They're definitely bigger than everyone else. So it's difficult to pin it down in any realistic fashion. When we're going for the roleplay game, when we're looking at the old world in general, without compare, the Midlanders are pretty much some of the tallest, and it's northern Midlanders at that. So the Teutogan tribe, particular, not the Drakvalders, the Thuringian tribe that would have been there. And whom else are really tall? Visenlanders are really tall. They've got an average height of about 6 foot. They're tall and they're blonde. If we go over to the Gospodars, they're really tall. When you go through all the various Norse tribes, some are tall, but not all of them. You go through the Kurgan tribes, some are tall, but not all of them. There's just so many different peoples. The Ungals, though, they're pretty short in general. So yeah, there's a host of potentials, but you'll probably find that when they do the Arabians one day, they'll say, Arabians, they're taller than everybody else, because that's their current focus. And then maybe they'll do the Nipponese and they'll say, oh, the Nipponese, actually, they're taller than everybody else. It's just how these things tend to sometimes happen with Games Workshop, where they seem to think that bigger is better. Just take a look at their hats.
Yep, Games Workshop, bunch of size queens.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. I don't have enough oath gold to do what I want to do yet. If we upgrade Karak Dromar, though, we could get Bugman's Brewery, which would be nice.
I am the Slayer.
I'm going to pick up this one as well. Man-like Pegasus. I presume I'm saying it's right, and it's not Man-like Pegasus.
Andy, I don't think that's what it is.
Man-like Pegasus is just funny. But why are there so many cultures that are in Warhammer World that are based on the Mongols, or the Huns in particular? So the Hobgoblins, the Hung, the Kurgan, the Ungals, the Ogres, and others. And the reason for that is because of the cultural impact on the history of Europe in the UK, where most of the writers for Warhammer were based, of the Mongols. The Mongols are taught in most history lessons, where all of the other various tribal impacts, particularly Slavs and similar, aren't. All of the differences between the various Eastern European peoples just aren't discussed. All they discuss is the Mongols and the great attack of Genghis Khan swooping through into Eastern Europe, down through Europe, down into, well, wherever it eventually ends up, with the big golden horde. And that is ingrained into the childhood memories of many of the writers. So whenever they write something new coming from the East, their first thought is, make them like the Mongols, because they know about them. And then other writers come along afterwards and they do broader reading. They perhaps come from a historical background and they look at like the 15, 16, 30, 40 different groups that they could have been drawing upon and see all the cultural differences, and they go, oh dear. Oh dear, Games Workshop probably shouldn't have done this, should they? And they start mixing it up. You'll notice, for example, that the ogres change much of their cultural identifying marks throughout the course of the different editions of Warhammer. To begin with, they're deeply coded with the Mongols, deeply coded with them. But that got changed as they moved into the next edition. Even their skin color changed. And they also diversified a bit in that there was lots of tribes, many of which had their own ethnic backgrounds, many of which had their own racial markings and traits, meaning you got lots of different types of ogres rather than just being a monolithic group, all of which were basically giant Mongols, which was weird.
You got a diplomacy thing.
Yeah, so broadly speaking, it does tend to get mixed up and changed over the course of time, but there is a massive cultural impact on the Mongols.
Got a diplomacy thing.
I knew that.
For you both, as someone who is of Romani descent, have they ever been slotted into Warhammer anyway? I think I remember hearing about them.
It looks like I'm going to have to play this one out.
Oh, we got a big fight.
Ooh.
Yes.
It's a small fight. The Static Legions are coming with Harold, but I just have my local. It's a valiant defeat, so.
Oh yeah, definitely gotta fight that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, oftentimes it depends on who's. I don't. Is this winnable? Maybe.
I'm not sure it is.
He's got a unit of Chosen. That's gonna be a bitch. We might be able to beat him through army losses, but those are rank 8 Chosen. We're in a walled city. Never mind, we got this.
Yes, we are.
We'll be fine. I
We
forgot.
can just pile cannons up.
Yeah, we're gonna use the walls, and then when he gets near the walls, we're gonna run away. And we're gonna let the towers deal with it.
Hey David, thanks very much for the super chat. You remember the page art in one of the Bretonnian books, and it's a brilliant piece of art, by the way, where the Norscan Chaos Marauder towers over the Bretonnian Lord. Absolutely brilliant piece of art. But you've got to remember that the Chaos Champions are often blessed by the ruinous powers, and some of them are literal mutants. In the case of that particular Chaos Lord, he's a literal mutant. He's like about a 9-foot tall human. And he's just not normal. Mutation is exceedingly common amongst the Norse tribes, for all the miniatures might not remember that. Right, so let's basically give them all to you.
Yeah,
because...
Castrated, the group you're thinking of is the oh my god, my brain literally just fell out of my butt. The Strigos. The Strigani. There we go. The Strigani. The Strigani are very heavily inspired by that when it comes to like the Romani culture and a lot of the stereotypes associated with it.
Yeah, the Strigani.
Yeah, though honestly, what's weird is that compared to how a lot of other games and world building and stuff have handled those types of that type of stereotypes, the Warhammer Worlds is surprisingly not as bad as you would think it would be. Which is,
it is in places.
It is in places, but like compared to some settings I've read, some of them are bad.
So this is one I had a really interesting conversation about. Because I wrote all the Strigany rules for 2nd edition. I brought them into the game as a potential PC type, and we brought them in for 4th edition as well for fantasy roleplay. And the Strigany, are you on top of everything? Will I be starting this?
Not yet. I am getting our guys onto the very many walls that they're going to need to be standing on.
Okay, so while you're doing that, I'll continue talking.
Yeah.
So the work, Sotek, work. So the Strigany, I purposely pitched differently to how they had been pitched previously, where they were basically Dracula's gypsies, as they were presented in the Dracula book. And that was how I was told I should potentially use them, to which I said, yeah, no. Now, whilst the word gypsy is seen by many as slur, in the UK in particular, many people identify as gypsies. It's not a slur, it's just an actual word that they use to identify themselves. They are gypsies. And where for some people it's a slur, for others it isn't. Obviously, in Warhammer Strigany, we're fine. Romany is another term that they were often using too, or the Rom. But there's a whole host of other various groups of people, traveling folk, and in the UK, traveling folk, literally just called traveling folk as well. And I had quite a few discussions with a bunch of people of both Romany, Gypsy, and traveling folk backgrounds, because I happen to know some. And having discussed it with them, I then went back to Games Workshop and said, I'd like to re-pitch how many of the Strigany stereotypes are presented. And whilst I would still like to have the idea that they come from the south in particular, so we're not looking at Egyptites, we're not looking at someone who came from Egypt, or perhaps alternatively came all the way from Ind. We were looking for people who had their racial roots in Nehekara, and they had moved north towards Strigos, and then through there towards the old world eventually. So we're looking at coded people who look like they come from the Middle East in terms of where their roots originally would have been, and they were deeply persecuted because of the tales that they had for being directly tied to vampires. And unlike the classic Romany description, they wouldn't be wandering around in bright colourful carriages and dancing folk and spiriting people away with the gypsy caravans or some similar fairy tale nonsense. No, they were a deeply bedraggled, broken people, and their caravans were grey and shattered, and they dealt with old charms, working with older magics. And we slowly but surely wrote them into something that was unique in Warhammer, rather than something that was just a racial stereotype that had been taken from the real world copy pasted with a quick Control C, Control V, and then renamed slightly as they just became Dracula's servants, the Karstein servants or some equivalent, and they became something a bit better. And that, to a degree, got picked up anywhere else. Do you want me to start? Just say when. Sotek?
I need you to build a tower here.
Yes, where? We're moving back, because I wasn't there. We are. Oh, we're all the way on the other side there. Sure.
Yeah. So build
Let's pop that one up.
build a 500 cost tower.
So just an arrow tower.
Yes, just a basic one.
That's
And then
level 1 or level 2?
level 1 because it costs 500.
Oh yeah, 5. It's level 2 for the 900. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we need another one somewhere over here.
Okay. Oh, of course I turned my camera around. So let's just pop that
Oh,
there.
actually, I see the perfect one. We want this one.
Yep. Consider it done. There we go.
All right, and basically, as the battle drags on, we want you constantly just adding new towers or upgrading the towers we have because we're going to need them.
Yep. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
All right, and then if you would take these guys in addition to dealing with tower duty, and if you see a fleeing unit, just chase after them with these guys until they're shattered.
Okay, so I've got myself some a nice where are they hiding?
They're in the
over
middle.
here. Yep.
Just,
Nope, got them.
Yep. And whenever you're ready, you can start the battle, and I'm going to do my damnedest to not lose this city.
And where do I want them to be? Are they all coming in from one side? Or are they coming in from both
No,
sides?
they're coming in from both sides. So
where am I going to want to have this unit?
I don't know.
Where are you most likely to break them? They've got their lord over on that side, so less likely to break on that side.
They are more likely to. You're more likely to get good use of them over on this side.
I agree.
Especially because that's where all of his warhounds are.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds good. Alrighty, let's press start. Good luck.
Yeah, and I'm gonna see if I can kill enough guys. The big thing we gotta deal with is that mana core issue. Oh, you got high level towers though. That's good. Those will get some. So over where's the button I need? Over here, if you click on that tower, if you left click on that tower and then right click on the chosen who are right in front of it, it'll target them. We need that tower to start shooting the chosen.
Okay, I'm not seeing that tower as a choice.
So you just kind of left click on it. It's a little funky. You just kind of click on the building and then right click on the chosen. It's a bit funky how it works.
Okay, there we go. Fire.
And then we pray.
I'll be easy.
Oh, good volley. Excellent. Kill the Furies. Kill the Furies. Okay, good. Pistols back out, lads. Okay, the Manticore's taking damage.
Let's have a look out here. Yep, we're all looking good.
Oh, I wish we had an ice switch. Okay.
Well, it's just the local defense forces, bless their souls.
Yep.
They're gonna try. They appear to have just stopped on the far side, which is good. They literally have just stopped on the far side.
Good.
So they're just letting the shots.
Yeah.
That's good. So most of the fighting is up by where the general is.
Yep.
And that Manticore, who is half dead, which is good. So the general's in.
Yep.
Hey, Harold.
And he's exposed, which is good for us.
I'm going to bring my unit over to that side because it looks like a lot more is happening on that side.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
No, they've arrived on this side. They're now coming in. I'll maybe hang there for an extra moment. Let's see if there's anything I can upgrade over here.
Hold the walls, lads!
What really is the answer to that?
Okay, their general's almost dead, so that's good. He's broken, which is awesome for us. Luckily, he was a death wizard, so he didn't have very good magic.
Slay them! Indeed! Kislev's vengeance!
Yeah, we're still doing pretty well over on the far side.
Yeah, luckily his chosen are battering the doors down, which is going to take them a very
Long time. Yeah, totally. That's good.
Fight for Usan!
Okay, the Manticore's almost broken.
Armored Kossar!
Yeah, it's almost down. Look at that.
Comrades of the bear!
Swooped in on your armored Kossars there.
They can handle that, no problem.
Yeah, I think so.
The motherland's finest!
Yeah, that door's not coming down anytime soon.
Beware the great beast, comrades! Armored Kossars! Very well!
That's the Manticore down. Oh, yeah.
Good.
Sons of Kislev!
Start preparing for when those chosen inevitably kick the door down.
Kossars!
Marauders are getting minced there. Nice.
The motherland's finest! Urson commands!
Alright,
No,
we've pretty
fuck
much
it, I'm coming
secured
back.
that flank. The other side, the walls on the other side are looking a little dicey.
Hearts of ice! Obey the orthodoxy!
I wonder if I can get them over here.
Armored Kossars! Good! Follow the bear! Follow the bear! Kislevites moving! Follow the bear! Kislev sends us Armored Kossars!
Alrighty.
For the throne! Defenders of Kislev! Very well!
Come on, lads. Come on, lads. We should be able to get a new tower, like a 900-point tower somewhere in the city.
Yeah,
Doesn't really matter where.
I'm just saving up. Let's get in the big one.
Keep them all!
In fact, no, I'll pop it there.
Armored Kossars!
Oh, yes, high ground pistols. Hell yeah, there we go.
Be served!
That'll help a lot over there.
Land is power!
If you want to bring the dervishes over here, there's like a unit of marauders running around the side of the city they can chase down. Just make sure they don't rally.
Moving right now.
Armored Kossars! Comrades of the bear! They die! Hearts of ice! Ursun commands!
Yep, the Marauders have just started running on the inside of the other side too.
Kislev sends us forth! Armored Kossars! A fine strategy!
Hey, we're holding them all right.
Yeah, this is going well.
Yeah, this is going pretty well.
Sons of Kislev! Kossars! For the motherland! Hearts of ice!
Hey, Kitsu Sakura. Lovely to see you along for your first chat, and delighted to see you come along for the stream. And you have a Warhammer question. You've been playing a mod called the Jade-Blooded Vampires, of course. The Curse of Nongchang. Do we have anything about them? Well, beyond them being mentioned to some degree in the... Oh, gosh, what was the book called again? Second edition.
Night Dark Masters.
Night Dark Masters, thanks. Night Dark Masters, which is the book I helped edit. There's very little about them kicking around I'm aware of. Are you got anything you'd add to it?
Yeah, there's very, very, very little. Other than, like,
Yeah.
when Cathay got released for Total War, they were nice enough to confirm that they still existed. But other than that, it's Games Workshop has kept their opinions on it rather hush-hush.
Yeah. So basically, vampires of the East. And I know that's not really particularly helpful for your question there, but that's loosely what we have. They've not really been given enough detail for us to provide any real description. Any description we provide would be mostly making up. But they were first mentioned as an idea, as I recall, over in Night Start Masters. Oh, there we go. Just chase those buggers down. Yeah, this is going really well.
Yeah, we pretty much got this under control.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to go quite so well as it is.
Those Chosen are going to take a long time to die, but that's all right.
Yeah, they are. I'm going to start pulling units out of that mess and just leave the great weapon units in there, because the regular guys aren't going to do anything. Those Chosen, we'll just let the great weapons do what they do best. Hey Hammond, thanks very much for the super chat. And why was Sotek created? Did Skink Belief birth them? I suggest going watching our Oakenhammer stream. We go into that with in some detail.
Yeah, and the the short answer is it's fucking complicated.
Yeah.
All right, let's fall back over here. We're just gonna let our great weapon lads do their best to chop through that armor, because Chosen with Hell Scourges, they are tanky.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might actually be better to pull everybody back and give that tower behind us a good chance to wear them down. Fall back! If we could get this tower to like tier 3 or tier 4, that would be super duper good.
Which one? Where are you?
The one on by the other gate.
Down at the bottom. Sure.
That way it can support those guys on the walls.
Let's just wait till it's almost at tier 4, so just wait for that.
Hey, that's army losses. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Victory!
Love it. Will we just end it there, or is it worth chasing anything down?
I would just fast forward, because we can let our gate towers just shoot the hell out of people that are running away.
Okay. Fast forward.
And also have the have your Kosovoite dervishes run down his Chosen to make sure
I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, make sure they don't come back.
Oh yeah. Take that, you little fuckers.
Yeah, I'm just gonna reactivate all the towers so they can...
Hammond, why is Ted Cruz amazing? What?
That's like... Oh my god. Hammond.
I mean,
behave.
What? Ted Cruz is not amazing. I might be showing my political stripes there.
Oh, I have no problem saying, as a Texan constituent, fuck Ted Cruz.
Yeah. Oh, quite.
The biggest...
I am happy.
One of the biggest pieces of shit I know.
yeah, he is. He is definitely something.
Okay, we can end it there, I think.
I just want to kill this last Chosen that is currently trying to get away from my dervishes, because it's making me laugh. There's like one. There's two left.
Could you
I just wanna see
imagine,
them-
like, how, like, I imagine being a role player and it's like, all right, I want to run down this last fling chosen. It's like, all right, what's your strength? Oh, I got a strength of 40. All right, he's got a toughness of 150, and he's got armor 7. So, what are you gonna roll to kill him?
Hey, Duncan, Mr. Ireland, thanks very much for gifting the sub. That was super cool.
Because I cannot imagine what a Chaos Chosen's stat line would properly be in Wolfrup. It would probably be nuts.
Screw that, let's end the bar. Yeah, totally.
Even though their official Cubicle 7 stats are very pitiful. They're not that impressive.
Hammond's over on my side going, the CA Croxagors have the superior design.
Yeah.
He's just digging it into you there.
He's just enjoying that I can't reach him from where I'm sitting.
It's a victory, Peric or no. We win.
That's good. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Drycha killed the Nurgle guys in your territory.
Oh, yeah. Good job.
Typical what
Didn't you-
else?
Tralan the Wild.
Yeah, that's a... What are they called? They're called Malevolent Tree Man. That's what he is.
Of course he is.
Because Drycha's got special forest spirits. Yes!
Who's this?
We have successfully sealed the tombs at the Silver Pinnacle.
Good job. Well done.
King Bori has been avenged.
Might I also say that Hammond is making it very clear that coatls have beaks.
I'm sure. Actually,
I'm sure.
I read
whatever.
I actually read a pretty funny thing about that earlier today about how there was a note about how if you go read the White Dwarf article that that Creative Assembly took as their inspiration for the design, there's even a note in the White Dwarf article that they ended up kind of painting it like a beak because they couldn't find a model that they felt suitably had the snake mouth. So they just decided to represent it with a beak. Like, they note that in the article that it's not supposed to be that it's supposed to be a snake head or a dragon head, and they CA still fucked it up.
Vlad has the Nemesis crown. Oof.
That's not great. King Bori Silverfoot of Karaz Beaner.
To doom, then.
May he rest in peace. And I'm going to rename the Silver Pinnacle to Karaz Beaner since it's mine. Oh, that's Bryn. I spelled it wrong. There we go.
Money. How much? Oh, I got loads.
The runes are ready. Let's be at it.
That's fine.
To doom. Kill many.
Duncan missed the iron lung. Urikson, what have I missed? Let me have a quick check. Duncan missed the iron. Will Urikson still be alive in my campaigns? For anyone out there who's wondering, that's the LAWhammer campaign that we have over in the LAWhammer YouTube channels. I'm just curious. And you've also said he's undead, so he's technically not alive. But yeah, I want to see if Ed can TPK successfully this time. Urikson. So last we saw Urikson was at the end of the episode, assuming that, yeah. I'm not going to confirm or deny exactly where the character you're referring to is and whether he's dead or alive, but he was last seen screaming an awful lot, and I'm not saying that he may be pictured in the post that I'm currently making over on the blog over in LAWhammer, because we are hitting our 100th episode on Friday, which for my time is tomorrow. So we're hitting our 100th episode tomorrow. 100 episodes, holy crap. And our next episode, the one this Friday, is going to be called Dark Omen. Much like the Shadow of the Horned Rat, it's a reference through to the old were they Electronic Art games? I think they were. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yes, we're referencing that, and I even have a picture for the episode that is relatively similar to the cover for the old Dark Omen game. And I'm not saying it's going to be that character.
Wink.
Oh, I didn't say it.
No, but it was pretty loud.
Embrace innovation, or so I get control +1 or research rate +10%. Let's get the extra research rate.
Research rate is delightful.
Yep, can't go wrong with that. That does seem fun to me. Okay, so who have I got? I've got both Vermich and fucking Azazel.
Okay, the underway is almost done.
I'm happy holding there for one more turn first before I decide what to do next.
Oh, I could get Thorgrim back next turn. Okay, cool.
Okay, end that turn. Mindscape made Dark Omen. EA published it. Yeah, I thought it was EA. Thanks. And it was Mindscape. Yeah.
Ooh, I can start recruiting frost worms from Andy. Ooh.
And Flip Top, I completely agree. Shadow the Horned Rat and Dark Omen were great games. I played them to freaking death back in the day. Now, were they brilliant games now? Or are they brilliant games now? I find it hard to say yes to that. In that I did go back to them and I found them a little bit tough to continue with. But my memories of the game were so fond that when I went back to it, I nevertheless really enjoyed it. So yeah, totally fun. And hi to you out there, Flip Top. Things are really good. We're currently stomping our way through Kislev, slowly but surely claiming it all for the Ice Queen, and the World's Edge Mountains are falling hold by lost hold to Sotek.
Yes, we're making good progress. You know what? Let's get an arms forge here. That'll work. Yeah, it's
Darius,
it's
thanks for the thanks for the super chat. Any Siberian Tuvan Avenki people, reindeer nomads? No, not really. Having said that, though, when we were doing when Rob Schwalb, in fact, was doing the Tome of Corruption, there was a discussion behind the scenes about mixing up the Norse a bit and adding some extra detail for, you know, the different peoples that are singing Norska. But in the end, it was decided to keep it much looser than that. So the answer is, yeah, sure, they're out there somewhere. But much like, say, for example, the Scythian people, which were just a lift from real world and dropped to Scythian ruins across Kislev, you tend to find that copy-paste of other people's is, but even by that point, generally avoided. It was generally more, if Games Workshop did it, we continued it and we tried to muck it up a little bit and make it a little bit more Warhammer. Or alternatively, we just did something a little bit more original with influences rather than direct references. What's Franz Lohner's connection to the Grudge Bearers? Well, that's a question, Executor. But we put Franz Lohner, if you don't know, Franz Lohner is a core character in the Vermintide games. And indeed, he does have a Grudge Bearer shield up on his wall at the Red Moon Inn. And we continued that particular conceit when we were building our version of Franz Lohner in the Ubersreich book. In fact, it was the adventure book for the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay starter set. Hey, Flip Top, thanks very much for subscribing with Prime.
I think
super appreciated.
I think Sylvania wants something from you.
Yeah, they do. It just popped up. They want a peace treaty. Sure. I am obviously great friends with Vlad, particularly because he has the Nemesis freaking crown.
Not for long. I'm about to take that.
I'm okay with you going to war with him. He's my mate, though.
Don't stop till you're dead.
Thanks very much for the Prime sub. So, as I was saying there, Flip Top, enormously appreciated. Ally begins. Yep, Confederation. State scholarship. What's that? Officially, the Ice Court only accepts young. I keep forgetting to do freaking ice mages. Women of noble lineage, for only they deserve its timeless wisdom. Exceptions are sometimes made, though none may talk of it. When a farmer beseeching the court offering 1,000 saddlebags of books, this daughter is accepted without question. State scholarship. That is a change in the lore. A direct change in the lore. That is not the lore that was written in Realm of the Ice Queen, where Realm of the Ice Queen had the Ice Witches touring across the Oblast, going from Stanista to Stanista, checking for magic, because magic comes to you whether you are noble or whether you're peasantry. It doesn't make any difference at all. Magic is a talent, so to speak. Some people are born with it. And they would test everyone when they reached a certain age, past the point of puberty, to see if they were potentially going to join the Ice Court. And that took people from all backgrounds, regardless. It was not just nobles, because what happens to all the young women who can do magic?
Yeah, I would heavily suspect that is what I like to call a total warism, which is that they were like, hey, we need to write a little flavor text thing for this event. And they said, okay. And like, it doesn't really get looked over by anybody because they're usually too quick for that. Like, they usually don't check those.
Yeah, and that's a nonsense in comparison to what was written before. But that doesn't mean that it wouldn't necessarily become something that would be the new version of the lore as they move into the next edition, because that's how it generally works. Whoever wrote the most recent thing tends to have precedence, and if nobody looks into all the background, they just go, well, this is what it is. And then someone comes along and says, what happens to all the peasant-born witches then? And then somebody goes, oh, they're all hag witches, and they just change it. And that wouldn't have been the case before. All the Gospodar tribesfolk would have been ice witches. It would not have mattered whether they were noble-born, whether they were boyars, atamans, anything else. If they are of the correct tribe, they'd been brought into the court. And that's pretty much that.
Let's see, let's fuse those.
Oh no, Flip Top, don't tell me that. He's just told me that Shadow the Horned Rat and Coleman are on good old games.
They are. I hear they're a little funky, but they are.
Of course they're funky. They're terrible, stroke beautiful games. They have my preferred version of Karl Franz, for example, with his thrumming fingers on the throne. Oh man, I loved him.
Yeah, they are on there, but to my understanding, it's not like just like the game themselves, but it's like the way, unfortunately, GOG had some struggles implementing them, if memory serves. They're a little jank.
I feel a little bit like I'm sort of stuck here because I've got Slaneshi troops threatening over into Castle Alexandronov, pardon me, and Vermich and Azazel are kicking around up there, just being a pain in the arse, making it difficult for me to move out. I'm not entirely sure what's my best route. Do I just protect Castle Alexandrov and Zoyshenk, or do I forge out and just take Fort Ostrosk?
I think generally for right now it's gonna be better to probably pull. Let me see.
It might be better defending and letting them have a little fight between themselves for a turn or two.
What I would actually recommend doing is probably popping Kadrin into ambush stance and leaving her between like Azazel and Zoyshenk, or Vermich and Zoyshenk. And if you're lucky, they won't see her and they'll stumble into her and she can rip them apart.
Yep, that sounds good. I like that. Good idea.
By the way, there are new higher tier dwarf units available if you use allied recruitment.
I do every once in a while. I think I'm full up at the moment. No, let me just double check.
Because I know Karak's lost a number of things.
Oh yeah, she's lost. Totally. Thank you. Let's just double check that I don't have any. No, I don't. So let's have a quick check. Oh, Kadrin, please. I'm currently in ambush state. I can't.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll do it later.
I'll do it later.
Because I've got organ guns and gyro bombers, all sorts of fun shit now.
Bane of demons.
Oh my god, I'm so close to being. As soon as I'm done beating these last little vampires, Starkeeper will be able to come march north and be an actual allied army to help out in the north. I'm almost done with things down here. All right, let's go free Needling from the Vampire Menace. And let's go ahead and occupy it. Doing my
be done for the turn.
Let's see, and then let's grab Stubborn Defiance, as we just keep pushing the vampires back and back and back.
Slayer. Doom's this way.
No, I don't want to go out there. I'd rather him come to me and get to use my garrison. I think that's gonna be
apparently there's a Grudgebringer mod for the Empire. That'd be pretty cool. I have a deep fondness for Commander Bernhardt and the Grudgebringers. They're a part of the LAWhammer game, although I'm not sure that they've popped up yet. Let me just recall. No, they haven't yet.
No.
But they are a part of the LAWhammer game. They are out there somewhere, Morgan Bernhardt. Because I take pretty much all versions of Warhammer, include all versions of the lower end if I possibly can. And that means that, yes, sometimes you have some curious artifacts from old forgotten lore popping up, but that's half the fun, isn't it?
Yep. Captain Magma, Shrek-inspired ogre special characters. Not that I'm aware of. I think a lot of what the ogres are, I think, kind of got figured out before Shrek was released as a film.
I have slain
so Cole Patterson, thanks very much for the super chat and good question. What is an Ataman versus a Hetman in Warhammer? So the actual real world terms are effectively linguistically the same. They're coordinates of each other. They're different ways of saying the same thing, which is basically headman. And typically in Warhammer, the Ataman is used as the village elders in Kislev. So they're the Atamans, where the Hetmen were often the warband leaders of the Norse forces coming from the north. Having said that, though, the terms get mixed up and used by different writers in different ways in multiple different places, which is a bit aggravating, to tell the truth. Ataman is used as a career, for example, for the Kislev groups in the second edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. So Ataman is one of the careers you can have as a village headman, effectively. Where Hetman, I can't recall if we included that as a career in the Tome of Corruption. I don't think we did, although Hetman was used as a standard term across Warhammer at that point. It was in the 6th edition of Warhammer at that edition. And you'll often find that, say, for example, in the Storm of Chaos, it was often Hetman this or Hetman that, who was at the head of one of the various spurs of the various Chaos arrows that were making their way across the maps. And the various hetmen of the Norse. So I'm not just the Norse, the other ones as well. Oh, my ally's been attacked. Pardon me. Am I entering on side with you?
I hope so. If you join Skarsnik, we may have an issue.
So yeah, that's loosely the difference. Wow. Okay, I've got a little fight here. Decisive defeat. Can I win this one? Kubas the Black. I didn't go and protect this place, did I? So I've only got a few basic units, but it is a defensive one. They're attacking Castle Alexandrinov.
Problem is that it'll be an open field battle.
Yeah, and they've got a wizard, and they've got more units, including Blood Eater. Oh, Christ. And Chaos Warriors of Slanesh. I'm dead. And Trolls.
Yeah,
I'm going to let that auto-resolve. Let it fall.
Yeah, if he didn't have the Chaos Warriors, I think we would have been able to get him, but the Chaos Warriors are going to be too much.
Yeah, totally.
Let's see. CP4N. I think Hammond meant to ask why Ted Cruz looks like a Clan Mulder experiment whose face got smooshed firmly against the side of a cloning vat.
Good question.
It's funny you mentioned Skaven clones of people, but I'm not going to go any further on that. If you know, you know. And then Isaac, what's the state of liches in Warhammer Fantasy? I know the Tomb Kings have Lich Priest, and then there's Kimmler, but what exactly is that undead wise? So Kimmler is not a lich. He's the lich master because he kicked the crap out of a group of liches as one of his big kind of story beats. But Archon the Black is a lich. And what a lich is a bit fuzzy depending on which publications you tend to read into, because depending on how far back you go, the undead change a fair bit. And author...
So, there's a few things on this one, because it's worth noting Lich is used in more places than just the Hekara. If, for example, you go to, say, Warhammer Quest, Lure of the Lich Lord. Well, not Warhammer Quest, that's Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, pardon me. Warhammer Quest used one as well, where they had a Lich Lord that was sitting on a throne doing crazy stuff. And that's never died from Warhammer, it's still a thing. And in that case, it's basically a necromancer who has figured out how to become eternal by making themselves undead. That's it. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. It's someone who has finally managed to achieve immortality by making themselves undead. And they have kept their mind, they have kept their magical powers, and they're pretty freaking hard. And they are popping up all over the old world. They're quite different to, for example, the Nehekaran versions from the south. But the Nehekaran versions are now the primary versions because they're the only ones that are really mentioned in the 8th edition of the game. But beyond the 8th edition of the game, the older version still stands as something that can be used in Warhammer because it's a part of Warhammer's background.
Yep, all that. And yeah, they're yeah. I don't really have much more to add. They're beefy undead necromancers. They're like the final evolution of necromancers, which does get a bit interesting when you think about. It makes Kimmler particularly fun, in regards to his kind of rivalry and relationship with them.
Yeah,
being the so-called Lichmaster.
Yeah, he's not like at all. Okay, that's not happening at all. I'm tempted to run back there. Where did the Skaven go? I'm going to presume they retreated.
They might be in ambush stance, or they could have pulled back to one of their settlements.
Yeah, let's pop down there. I think it's time for me to reclaim that. I've still got an army there that can hold that. You're staying, and you are saving, so we've got more money. Or are we?
I'll have your soul.
This ends here! Ah, for Grimnir! Alright, no more vampires. In the far east. The Lamian Sisterhood is gone. Good riddance. I can finally leave Karazbiner.
Doom chaser.
Yeah, I need more funds for all of those, so let's leave all of that. New outpost is available, huh? Let's take it. Or not.
Alright, I have an army that is preparing to gear up now so they can march north to come help out with things there. Oh, but they may need to deal with Skarsnik. Shit, I forgot about Skarsnik.
Oh wow, there's a fair chunk of fighting over. Who's this? The Sarls and the Ecstatic Legion are all gathering over there. There's quite a lot of Ecstatic Legion folk. I should like it if they went and fought the Skaven. That would please me.
Even assassin cannot not.
Let's get a new Master Engineer. That'd be good. Ooh, Tinkerer. That's a really good trait.
Do the guild's bidding.
Tier 0, I have many fond memories of that skeleton box set. Many fond memories. Hey Ratwood, Andy and Sotek, which would you prefer for the Snake Men legs or no legs?
No legs. No, they're not snake men if they have legs.
Yeah, me too.
Like,
they'd be too close to the lizardmen then. They'd look like lizardmen.
yeah.
So I would much prefer no legs. Looking something more like, say, the Medusa from the old movie, with the big long tail and the human top half, or an equivalent. But I'd rather do a snake man. So yeah, snake men, proper no-legged ones. I think Ratwood, that'd be my preference. Having said that, though, a good design will always win me over. Oh, Lamian Sisterhood are dead. That's a shame.
Is it though? Is it though?
I quite like the Lamians. I mean, I have this weird thing because I like most factions that whenever one of the faction dies, no matter which one it is, I always go, "Oh, that's sad."
I've been too busy having my hold harassed by them for the last 8 or 9 turns. Good riddance is what I say. Damn vampires won't get off my lawn. All right, there we go.
You summoned me.
I could shave off one of these.
Thrugny Iron Will. What's he doing up there?
He's my assault thane, so his job is to attack armies and deal damage to them, so that they have less troops when they attack you.
Assault thane!
We put him in a catapult and we launch him at the enemy. That's what we do. Is Nagash a lich?
He was.
Yeah, he was one. He's
he was, but
he's ascended beyond that.
Nagash is an odd situation because he has kind of he's not really undead. He's kind of transcended it, but is undead. So by definition of lich, or like if you're Scottish and can't help yourself, then kind of yes. Yeah, totally is. He's a necromancer who has gone past necromancy into undeath because he has basically the undead trait because he's no longer living, so to speak. So absolutely by definition, but is he actually marked as, say, for example, that in the rules? No, not really, because he's just Nagash.
Oh, my thing got wounded, Sedge.
Tempted to just hold back a little bit and hope that he moves so I can take him. In fact, I think I actually want to go over there. Hopefully I can get an ambush on.
17, 15, 15, 16. Okay.
+4 control or -4 corruption. There's a lot of the chaos up there.
It's the annoying thing about chaos, there's always more.
I'm gonna build her. Yeah, totally true. Leader of Kislev.
Thus manservant cheered. X100. Andy and Sotek. Build a quick narrative for campaign so far.
How much am I up to? Yep,
Oh,
nope,
that
still not enough.
I don't know.
I'm
Dirthu's
saving up.
manservant. So Dirthu's manservant just sent a message and asked, "Hey, Andy and Sotek, could you build a quick lore narrative based on how y'all's campaign has been going so far?" To which I say,
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
yeah, so they've asked if we could build a story, relatively briefly, based on how the campaign is going. So, like, what would the lore's story be behind what the hell has been going on for poor Kislev and Karak Kadrin? To which I say, that's very hard.
Yeah, well, as it up where I am, clearly we've got ourselves some sort of heavy attack from chaos, and they're assaulting into the north of Kislev, and the Ice Queen has banded together all of the nobles of the south, and is attempting to hold out, but the north has fallen. Through doing this, has obviously made very strong allegiances and ties with the dwarfs of Karak Kadrin, and has at one point supported them down by the World's Edge Mountains, which we did. And then as the Ice Queen started driving forward, the dwarves have been supporting that drive and have sent forward allies to try and help as well, thinking that their northern flank, so to speak, is probably best in Kislev hands rather than chaos. There has been some significant skirmishes with Skaven. At one point, they drove deep down and almost took the south of Kislev, but we drove them out. Throt, in particular, had his ass handed to him.
There you go. I think that's a fun little version of that.
Yeah, that's loosely what we've been doing.
Let's see, I need to march out to finish off the east. Karak just got attacked big time, but we have, by a combined army of Skaven and Greenskins, because of course. But we've seen them off for the moment. Luckily, our garrison is quite powerful.
I agree.
Right, where am I? There's nothing happening. I'm already entered.
Let's get back to the hold. Let's have our characters join. And what did I just do?
That wasn't so much a lore build, more of just a description of what's happened, though.
I mean, I would say that was equivalent to what he was asking.
I mean, if that's what you're looking for, then sure. It's not exactly a dramatic retelling, but it's basically what's happened.
This may work.
I need to get to Vlad so I can take the Nemesis crown away from him. Because that is emboldening him quite a bit.
Or not.
And the Empire is doing a crap job of keeping him under control.
I must
Just a small question there from, I'm going to guess, how am I going to pronounce that name? I'm going to 1307, X1107, whichever. Would a Slayer bother seeking out a healer when wounded, or just search for the next battle? Really curious about that, definitely, because they have to sell their life as dearly as possible. And if they just let themselves bleed out, then they're not. That's dishonorable. And for all, they are seen as entirely dishonorable by all other dwarves because of whatever great shame that that has sadly darkened their lives and their souls. That does not mean that they don't have their own personal set of honor. They are trying to walk in Grimnir's footsteps after all. And Grimnir would not just simply bleed out because he's too lazy to look after himself. Absolutely not. So yeah, a healer, if appropriate, or otherwise stitch themselves up in whatever fashion is required to keep themselves going.
Yeah, there's one of the things is that a lot of people, when they see Slayers, go, oh, and we've talked about this if you go watch our Slayer stream, which was a really good
Slayer
one.
stream's good. Yeah.
Of that, they're not suicidal in the sense that they're seeking to die as quickly as possible. It's about dying the right way, which is gonna take time if they're good at surviving. Rather, unfortunately for them.
It's a core component of who and what they are. And they're not there to try it. They're not there to just die. That's not the point. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
Celestial Emperor's favor.
The storm.
Forging alliances with Kislev. Cool. Or not Kislev. Cathay. There we go.
Who calls?
Trade agreement with Karl Franz. I'll take that.
All right. Who calls? Approach us, friend.
All is dust pops in. Hey, Andy. Hiya, all is dust. Throg managed to give intelligence to a troll, but turn him into a newborn using several wizards and sacrificing a bunch of trolls. Are the sacrifice trolls required, or a different ritual would be able to give intelligence without paying any price? Oh, in Warhammer, there's always a price. Nothing's ever simple in Warhammer. There's always something going down. I mean, there are many ways that one can suffuse something else with intelligence, and it typically requires, of all winds, Hish, which is the wind, loosely speaking, of sentience. It brings enlightenment, if you wish to go with slightly more prosaic language, because it is quite literally the illumination of intelligence, and it brings great enlightenment. And there are multiple ways it could be done. Yes, they've gone for one route. Could it be done through other routes? Almost certainly. The question is, could they use those other routes? Would they be able to do them, or was this the single route that they could take? It being the Warhammer world, it's a big, complex place. There's generally always at least one other way you can do a thing.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's always another way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that being said, poor Throg was doing that pretty late into the end times. Like Kislev had already fallen. The Auric Bastion was in the midst of falling, so it was like the second or third stage of the four main stages. But poor Throg, the big lonely troll. Go away, Skaven! I am sick of you.
They just love you. They just think you're great.
That's why they keep showing up. We just want to say how much we love you.
we just love you. Oh, I'm tempted to go kick in Azazel just purely because he's in the way.
I mean, that sounds as good of a reason as any.
Yeah. Send one army over and send the next one to go kick him in. Yep. Bye-bye. Can I reach him?
Looks like he may have ran away.
Yeah, he did run away. I can't reach him. I think. Oh, maybe I can.
Go with caution.
No, I can't. Never mind. I'll hold it there.
Okay, why don't we bring you this way?
This way, my Grumney.
We need to start preparing to deal
My
with
escort,
Scar's thing.
assassin.
Who's mad enough to follow me?
Additional 10%. I'm not going to be assassinating much. Research rate is increased by additional. Let's do the steel technology one.
Nice! Bugman's Brewery. There we go.
Throw bearers.
Okay.
Let's smoke.
That'll make my people happy.
What?
I forgot that I had the Golden Knight.
I may have been a little overzealous. I think I'm about to regret what I just did, but we'll see what happens.
One rag. Attack them.
Have Andy and I met in person? Not yet.
No, it's we have walked similar halls. In that, for example, I have been out to a local fort here in good old Scott of Land, a place where the good old Loremaster of Sotek was filmed being a crazy northern barbarian that was attacking definitely not Games Workshop licensed troops to the south in a fan video, which was super awesome. So we have been in the same places, but we have not been in the same places at the same time. I'm sure at some point that is inevitability.
One day. One day.
It does seem to be very likely. How's my cash? No, I'll skip that one. Enter. Savage Blow. Nice. Cole Patterson, is there enough Sky Titan info for Lorebeards? Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. We can do
Definitely.
Sky Titans.
Yeah. Thanks, Cole, by the way, for the super chat. Appreciated. And yes, there is. Definitely. And in fact, that hasn't popped up as one of our discussions as a potential show for the future. So it may do once we get through our nice birthday celebrations, which, by the way, if you're out there still watching, this Sunday is going to be a fun one because we're diving into the end times. So at 4 p.m. UK time this Sunday, we will be taking a deep dive, and I do mean a deep one, into the end times part 2. We are going to be tearing it a new one because this is when the end times starts getting worse. It was already not great, but it starts getting worse. So, yeah, we're gonna have opinions.
Yep. And thanks to Creative Assembly, it'll be topical now.
It will. Good point. Yeah, that was entirely a mistake.
We're just that good at predicting the future or something or another.
Indeed. So that's this Sunday, 4 p.m. UK. And since we're on the topic of streams, there's going to be at least 2 more for me in the next few days. First is this Friday, LAWhammer will be at 7 p.m. UK, where we will be leaving the city of Middenheim. I won't say anything else for the sake of spoilers. The episode, however, will be called Dark Omen. And I'm looking forward to it immensely because we had a week off last week, so it's always nice to get back. And on the Saturday, the Inside the Rookery episode at 7 p.m. UK is going to be about role-playing systems and what makes for a good... Now, I don't want to use the word generic because it doesn't feel quite right, but what makes for a good all-encompassing roleplay system? So a roleplay system for all settings. D&D, for example, is often described as a role-playing game for all settings, but most people... Well, almost everybody who doesn't play D&D, but a lot of people really dislike D&D's rules. They find them over cumbersome, over complicated for what should be potentially an easy game to get into. Some people have tried to write entire systems, roleplay game systems, around the idea of being totally universal to all games. For example, GURPS, the generic universal role-playing system. And do they work? Does that not work? So we're going to be discussing what makes for a good generic universal role-play system that's possibly not GURPS. That's 7 p.m. on the Saturday UK time. And I'm really looking forward to that one because it's a subject that's super close to my heart. Super, super close to my heart, in fact.
Go away, Scarsnick! Nobody likes you! Go away! Is he attacking
crap.
you?
Crap. It's a decisive victory for me. I'm almost tempted to just auto-resolve it.
As long as you don't lose any major units.
I don't lose anything, and I can't see any reason why I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm auto-resolving that bad boy. That's super fast. So you complete idiot.
He got a little too lost in the sauce.
Yeah, totally. I did have an ambushing unit there though, but that wasn't the one that fought, which was, if anything, even funnier. Actually hilarious. That's good. Oh, that was good. Oh, that was good. Nomad Riding Master, nice one. Mount gained. Oh, the Golden Knight is now mounted. Love it.
Very nice.
What's my new trait? Leadership +5 when fighting chaos. Sounds good to me. Ambush foiled by the Zarina. That's why the ambush didn't go off. I still won though. Right, so I think I'm gonna.
What's interesting about that is he probably didn't see your ambush until he was already like engaged, and by then he was already committed. So he was SOL, as they say.
Send me to vengeance.
Right, she's. Oops. Give me a moment.
All right, Karak has been cleared out of Skaven and Goblin filth for a little bit.
I didn't know that, Flip Top. Apparently there's Heroes of Might and Magic RPG coming out. I completely missed that. Or did I? Oh, I seem to recall reading it somewhere. I don't recall who's doing it though. So, hey, that's a thing. Okay, I now got Fort Stragov, which makes me feel much happier about everything. I'm hopefully in ambush. I'm not in ambush stance. Get back into ambush stance. Or I could just recruit. Finally get myself some dwarfy bits. Nah, I'm gonna go back into ambush stance.
Ooh, Ancestral Blood of Thugni. Give me that.
Agreed.
That's sexy right there.
The runes.
Get back there. And
It shall be done.
what does Perfect Vigor do? When performing the most fatiguing action, the unit never loses vigor.
Perfect Vigor
sure.
is extremely good.
Is that good?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it basically means that the unit can fight as if it was fresh.
Vanguard. That just means that's just an extra bit of deployment. Whatever.
Yeah, Perfect
I'd
Vigor.
much rather have the Perfect Vigor. That's going to do more.
Yeah, well.
Growth is great. Growth +30. Wow, it's pretty decent. But income from all buildings +12. That's also pretty decent.
Though you have to, to get the income bonus, you have to be local. That character.
Well, yeah, obs. Same for the growth.
Forwards.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'll drop that in. Excellent. Done. I'm assign skill points.
Give me back my mountain.
Let us find our deaths.
It's by Modiphius. Interesting. So very likely to be off Modiphius's game systems again. Which, if it's 2d20, I'm less interested in. That's their attempts at their universal game system. I was speaking to Chris Birch. He's the CEO of Modiphius Games about roleplay systems for fairly obvious reasons. I don't know what I want to do with my ambushers.
Follow it,
Gonna move over there, I think.
Running.
Oh, I didn't realize I had a second unit. Oh, great. I did not mean to do that. Get back there. Oops.
Did your patriarch run out?
Yeah.
I'm going on vacation.
Oops. I did that on purpose. Oops. Just embarrassing. Who's next? Victoria. Who's a Ropsman, apparently. Which, again, is something that wouldn't have happened if, in Realm of the Ice Queen. In Realm of the Ice Queen, if we had Ropsman, we would have given them a completely unique magic type. So you'd have had the Hags for the Ungals, the Ice Witches for the Gospodars, and the Ropsmen would have had their own magic type.
Don't say that too loud where the Total War community can hear you.
Well, it's what we would have done.
They're gonna lose their shit.
But it's the truth. I had back in the second edition days, there was a bunch of extra rules written for Realm of the Ice Queen, one of which was rules for Ropsman and Frykings as characters, and that included a new witch type for both of them. So yeah, that never actually got published, so it doesn't matter, but worth knowing. I might even still have that somewhere in one of my old PCs, because I wrote it all up. Wouldn't mind going out. I should have a look around, see if I can find it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. It was pretty cool, as I recall. I'm trying to remember what the Vikings had. They had some sort of, it was like a shaman style magic. Oh, it's really annoying me. What did the Ropsman have? Oh, that's really annoying. I'm sure it'll come back to me at some later date.
I was gonna say, it'll come back to you.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, that'll do. Intern.
Give me one of those. Give me one of those.
Necromancer Kobold, thanks very much for the super chat. Opinions on the choice of DLC End Times Corn unit. Well, again, I've yet to watch the video about it, so I don't really know what's going on there. So I'm going to pass myself over to Sotek and say opinions there, because I'm not really sure what it says. So
it's interesting and kind of exciting because it does open a lot of avenues of things they can do now. And it also shows that Games Workshop might have pivoted on their opinion again. Which, I mean, what is Games Workshop if not inconsistent? So it's interesting. I would say overall I think it's a good thing because it just means more goodies for us all to play with. But it does, the big thing that is exciting about it is that it pretty much seems to confirm that they're looking to give like an aspiring champion tier unit to each of the mono gods, being that with Khorne we're getting the Wrathmongers and the Skull Reapers. I would say with Nurgle we're almost assuredly going to get the Putrid Blight Kings at some point. But what's interesting is what they would do for Slaanesh and Tzeentch, because they don't have anything of that tier that's like easily accessible. Like if they want to do something of that tier, they're gonna have to do some digging to find something that's appropriate, because there's not like an easy answer.
Sounds good. So all of that. So there you go, Necromancer Kobold.
Yeah. I will say that I would not be shocked if for Slaanesh they decided to use the Anointed and make them into like a really high tier unit.
I really like the Anointed, always have done.
Yeah, because that would do really well for Slaanesh. It's just having like a squad of like 12 super fucking terrifying possessed, or not possessed, but like demon strength infused elves that just go around kicking the shit out of people.
Again, they don't have demons in them.
Demon strength. Demon strength.
They're just elves. They're just very, very powerful elves. There's no demons in them.
Yeah, I was rereading the lore for the Wrathmongers. The Wrathmongers are weird. Because in the end times, the Wrathmongers, for those that don't, they're the Redskin guys, for those that don't know. They're like the highest tier version. They are literally people who go through like this big cannibalism ritual and training and stuff, and it builds up to them going to the realm of chaos and going through a ritual that they allow themselves to be possessed by Khorne demons, and then they basically get in a fight with the demon that's inside of them, and if they win and subjugate the demon and like suppress it inside of them, they get like the demon's strength and some mutations and stuff, and that's how you become a Wrathmonger, which is a thing.
I must fulfill my Slayer oath.
It's about time I got myself some. I mean, Erengrad, if you're not going to get hag witches out of Erengrad, you're doing it wrong.
The Washington Wrathmongers. I don't think that's Washington's Steam, but all right.
There's no bother. I'll do it. king acts.
Do I have anything else I want to do? I'm
Retake
quite happy just
well.
hanging back for the moment.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I've taken that one. I'll move down and take the Scaveny one after it. That one's built up a little bit.
By Grugni the Sabinian.
How far did the Skaven realm extend? Not very far, but there's help hit.
Ready?
We've got Prague.
This will bind
I would like to have Prague.
It is time.
They've got Volksgrad. Yeah, it's itch. York tracking, they're all over the place. Hey Hagen, thanks very much for the super chat. Are there any minor lore factions that you think would be interesting to expand in a fan army book? I am looking for inspiration for one. Oh, there's so many of them. I mean, almost every single faction has got parts of it which have never really been truly detailed as well as they could be. And then on top of that, you've got all of the additional factions which aren't really factions because they've never had an army book. Is there any that I'd particularly like to see though? I'd like to see the Lorne tackled. That would be fun for the non-wood elves. I think that would be super cool. Is there any other ones? I would like to see undead from the Empire tackled that aren't vampire counts. So the very liches that we were discussing earlier, and necromancers, and using them as a proper separate force. I'd like that. Anything that you'd like to see, Sotek?
Probably my personal wish list at the moment is I'd really like to see the Jade Fleet from Cathay being the Dead Flag Fleet, which is the Vampire Coast faction from Cathay, so they're the vampire pirates. Especially as if I'm hoping they're going to make the Jade-Blooded Vampires very heavily a part of that, because there's a lot of really cool real-world history about Chinese pirates. There's a really famous pirate queen from China whose name I can't remember off the top of my head. Who, if they made her kind of the faction leader, I think she would be a fucking amazing inspiration for a character. But that I agree very much with Andy that I would really like to see undead types expand heavily, because the undead that you should see in like native to the Empire should be like that are not derived from Nagash's stuff would be very different. Same for the Cathayan vampires. Or like Cathayan undead, not vampires per se, but like Cathayan undead should be very weird and different. You know, if they ever do Nipponese undead should be very weird and different. Because
Definitely.
if you ever delve into like the mythologies of those cultures when you're dealing with undead specifically, they're really cool. They're very bizarre and awesome creatures.
Will you join me, men of
Yes
the
to all of that.
Empire?
But also, you know, more human cultures is always welcome. Like, it stands to extreme logic that there would be human cultures in, like, the New World. Probably around the more open areas of Lustria. Because, contrary to popular belief, not all of Lustria is jungle. There's actually quite a bit along the western coastline and the southern plains. And then north of Hexwaddle, that would be very easily habitable by humans. And there would very likely be humans that have been there since crazy long time ago. And a bunch of others, you know, and then, like, don't even get, you know, I think me and Andy have waxed lyrical on this, but, like, don't even get me started on Nagaroth as a continent. They have this giant fucking continent. There's just nothing going on there. Which makes me sad.
Ready. I'll take the hand.
Alrighty.
My vows will be satisfied with this. Throw bearers. Let's march.
Oh, I've gone the wrong way. Damn it. I think I would rather have tried to shore up Zoyshenk. I went the wrong way. Oops. Although I don't want to lose Erengrad so equally. But nevertheless, oops.
Yeah, it happens.
Good. Grimnir's axe thirsts.
Yeah, it does.
You know who I am? I'll see you.
Do I want to bring down you from... Yeah, I think I do. I'm going to take you down to there. Because I don't really mind if Fort Strago falls because it's tiny. That'll make it harder.
What's your orders?
Okay, that's all coming along well.
Get some extra cash in there. No, I'm leaving that one because I want more money. So skip that. And that's me done.
Vengeance.
Alrighty.
Solano, no, Solanu, thank you. Is there a reason elves / Eldar wear cone-shaped helmets? I thought they had weird cone heads for the longest time.
Because Jez Goodwin thinks they look cool.
Yeah, that was, you know, when I was younger, that was honestly something I also wondered for the longest time, was about the cone heads. Gives them a very distinct appearance.
Yeah, it totally does. Right, right, how do I get rid of this? I'm going to try and get rid of a bot again because one of them has arrived. Evil bots. Right, so I press on that. That gives me a list of things that I can do. Block. There we go.
There you go.
I think I've done it. Maybe. Possibly. Well, if I have, I have. If I haven't, well, I gave it a go, eh? Right, so, do I have any... Oh, I do there. Hey, did you pitch you? Thanks for dropping in with your first ever chat. Lovely. I'm not sure I did block that, by the way. I don't think it did go away. But, yay, never mind. I've got quite a lot of, nonsense coming in. Bots all over the place. Anyway, how would you make Warhammer Canadians? Also, actually giving Amazon's Lore Army book would help fill out Lustre. Yeah, the Amazon's book would be super fun.
Yeah.
I'd really enjoy that one. How would I make Lorehammer Canada? So Lorehammer Canada's got a bit of a problem because it's absolutely dominated by the Warhammer Dark Elves. And that would mean that Warhammer Canada, pardon me, would be just... It would just be what the Dark Elf army list presents, plus perhaps a lot more indigenous stuff, but most of which is probably going to be subjugated by the Dark Elves that absolutely dominate the area. So we're looking at all manner of nasty monsters, which you get up there already, that the Dark Elves will be pitching themselves against. Land that now is suffused with Dar, so dark magic everywhere, which is equally going to change the nature of the land around it. And the great frozen waste where the Dark Elves live. So it would be an interesting mix of what would probably be Dark Elves with some weird Grecian influences, because there's quite a lot of Greek influence into the Dark Elves. And a whole host of other Atlantean nonsense, but it would be strangely unlike North America, I think, as an example of how the place would manifest. If I was looking to expand out Nagaroth and its surrounding areas, I'd probably look to move further south to where the Dark Elves don't directly control, places where the Dark Elves raid into, and that's probably where I do my primary expansion. Anything sound off there to you, Sotek?
Yeah, I think what I might potentially look into doing is I would have to look at a map of Nagaroth and see how well they've dealt with, like, what would my options be as far as dealing with, like, glacial islands, so like moving icebergs or places that are not necessarily locked in. Because if you look at a lot of the stuff with, like, the old Inuit stuff, is that you have a lot of people that learn to live in these really freakishly hostile environments, that manage to have, like, a really nice mixture of nomadic culture while also having regular sites that they visited, but relying on, like, fishing and hunting seals and dealing with a lot of life based on Arctic Sea life, while also avoiding terrifying shit like polar bears. And what I would probably do is I would probably see if I could mess around with establishing a culture that either hangs around on types of islands that are difficult to get to, and they rely a lot on stealth and using blizzards and that extreme environment to their advantage, along with, you know, spooky creatures like Warhammer-ified polar bears, which polar bears are already fucking terrifying. So if you Warhammer-ify them, they're going to be nightmares. And then also maybe playing around with that the Dark Elf watchtowers, that there are people that live north of that that maybe aren't necessarily just traditional, like, you have humans that live north of the watchtowers that are kind of like the Norskins, right? Like, they're not Norskins because Norska is a specific place. So the people that live north of that just kind of tend to get hand-waved into like, oh, they're tribes of chaos.
Yes, marauders.
Yeah, and it's very vague. So there's a lot you could do with that of exploring. And just like with Norska, the more you explore them, the quicker you're probably going to go, well, they're not just like Kurgan. Like, they're not just, ooh, spooky, scary, evil chaos people. Like, they're probably going to be a lot more complex than that and have a much more dynamic culture. And you could play around with a lot of the idea of how, you know, if these people lived where the Dark Elves ended up, then how did they transition after the Dark Elves pushed them out? And have some of them gone more into hiding and relying on living using the snow and the environments to hide using that element, so that they've managed to stay south of the watchtowers. Maybe they live out further west, because the Dark Elf Empire, for being the only force in Nagaroth, it's not very big. It's pretty small and pretty much just contained to around like that Great Lakes region. So there's so much space you have to work with. It's always been bonkers to me that GW never did anything with it.
I agree completely. Just the general open expanse that they have up there and the lack of detail that's contained within it is disappointing. And at one point I was in a position where I was going to be writing a book for, here we go. So there was going to be a book for Marienburg, followed by a book for Albion, followed by a book for Ulthuan, followed by a book for Nagaroth. And they were going to be all made for 4th edition. And part of the process of what we were going to do with Nagaroth was significantly developing the local indigenous tribes, for want of a better description, and how the Dark Elves were part of a large dynamic continent, not something that is just Dark Elves. In the same way that I'm sure there would be ways of describing the old world as a human continent, because it is. Oh shit, I'm being attacked by all sorts of shit. Let's have a quick look. Close defeat. Yeah, we're fighting this one out.
Ooh, yeah, Throt's coming in with his big army.
Yeah, there's quite a few coming in. Oh well, let's give it a go, eh?
Ooh, he's got Gorich with him. That's not great.
Yep, I know.
Okay, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good that we can do this. We can do this. You got Naryaska.
I feel pretty good that you can do this too.
Yeah, I am very jealous of the fact that there is an alternate version of me that lives in a universe where Andy got to do the series he wanted to do with Cubicle 7.
Yeah.
I'm jealous of that version of me.
Yeah, it was a fun stream of books. 3 books written by me and Gav. Gav was going to be writing alongside with me the Lizard Man book. It wasn't going to be a Lustria book, it was going to be a Lizard Man book. And the Ulthuan book, which was effectively going to be the High Elf book, and the Nagaroth book, which is effectively going to be the Dark Elf book. But we weren't going to be doing just an elf book. We were going to be examining each of them in turn. And then once that was done, we're going to return back to the old world. And we're going to be... That's a lot of troops. Let me just pass them over to you. Control 8. There we go. Yeah, it was a fun set, and a lot of work had already been done for what was going to be in them, how it was going to be put together. And it was pretty upsetting not to be doing them anymore. Oh wow, there's quite a large deployment zone. Or am I seeing that wrong? I'm seeing that wrong.
I mean, it's good size.
It's not that much.
All right, so for this, we're gonna need to be aggressive because he's gonna be showing up with play claw catapults, which means that he can just sit back and shoot us. So we're gonna have to go to him. So why don't we do? Let's see, what do we got here? Why don't we do these guys with?
What is this weird stone pillar over here?
Where at?
It's balancing on just a that makes no sense by physics. What on earth is going on there?
You talking about the weird magic stones off to the side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
Just magic stones.
Yeah, that's a choice. That's
stones.
definitely. Oh, there's the ones over here make more sense. They're still a bit weird, but they make more sense. Hey, magic stones. Who doesn't like magic stones, right? What have we got? I got a couple of units of
so
Garmishi swords.
the goal with them will be to run around protecting the wizard to find like good places to drop a lot of hailstorms, just so many hailstorms, and making sure to like use ice shard and stuff. But the big thing will be looking for either fleeing units or isolated characters and running them down.
Yep, sounds good to me.
And I'm basically just going to be a big wall to say, come at me, and just move towards them because we have so much shooting.
Okay, I think I'm having something to support the center there is good. And then let's see where that goes. So we're going to be driving forward then.
Yeah, pretty aggressive.
Alrighty.
You know
That
what?
being the case,
Yeah, you.
I'll move myself far further forward. I'd rather go right up the middle actually. Maybe I'll pull some units up and peel them off the side slightly.
Oh my god, I have so many Cossers. Infinite Cossers! Alright, there we go. So we're gonna stagger them a bit so that if he happens to get in the back line, it's not just bad.
Archer country known for its floating stones.
yeah, it's the core component of the tourism market.
It is. Last time I was in Troll Country, I was like, look at those stones.
I am ready when you are.
Okay, cool.
Kislev's order. By bullet, by spear, or by axe. No matter your weapon, use
God, he's got
for
some...
failure does not warrant second chances.
Okay, this will be a thing.
Follow the bear!
Let's see. So chat, would the fishmen be underneath Nagara? Yes, very likely. At least a type of them. If you go watch the last Halloween episode we did for Lorebeards, we talked about the fishmen. It was a really fun one. But the undersea, the underground sea.
Well, they've got quite a lot of ranged peeps sticking around there.
Yeah, but a lot of their range stuff is like really short range. It's like rattling guns and warp fire throwers. If you can get your ice witch over there while he's like redeploying and just drop like a big overcast hailstorm, it will wreak havoc. He might dodge it, but he might not. Oh, that was beautiful.
Oh shit.
Throw an ice shard into one of his storm vermin units. Oh, he's got the clan molder stone. Boo! Boo hiss! Open fire!
Yep, there come their allies.
And I would just throw Nardieska Lesa just right into Throt's face once he's in combat.
Drusilla!
Where's Throt?
He's right in the middle.
Is that him there? No, that's not Throt. Where's Throt? I don't see Throt.
He's got a big circle over his head. He's right in the middle of our front line.
Ah, right. So I've just gone idiot. There he is. Idiot.
Cut them down! We fight for Ursan! Warrior and leader!
Ooh, this is not looking great. Oh god, this is painful.
On the march!
If your horse dervishes can just start running down all the ranged units that are kind of exposed, that would be super swell.
Coming in.
Ready for battle! Drusilla advancing! Drusilla!
Oh shit, my switch got hurt there.
Follow me!
Yeah.
Retreat.
Lisa has not yet activated her,
Ice shard.
yeah, her, that and, what the hell is she called? The Golden Knight. She has a debuff item that'll be good against Throt.
Retreat, comrades!
There she does. Thanks.
Defenders of Kislev!
Make sure you keep the dervishes moving. You don't want them to get stuck on a unit. Like,
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
probably send one back to deal with the catapults and send another one into those
Yeah.
those rattling guns. Oh god, Gorich hurts. Ah, run away!
Drusilla, ready!
Where's the rattlings?
There's one.
They're miles away.
There's one here and there's one here.
Drusilla!
Oh, I didn't see those. Thanks.
Akshina ambushes! Horse archers! Drusilla!
It might be good to start falling back. Get what troops you can out of here.
The orthodoxy!
Oh, there's a lot of rats.
Find safe!
There's a lot of rats, isn't it?
Comrades, retreat! Defender of Kislev!
We'll do what damage we can. Unfortunately, Throt's ogres are fighting to like the bitter end because he's got so many leadership buffs stacked on them. So they are not doing the typical Skaven thing of running away, which makes them a lot harder to deal with.
Fight!
If we could at least kill Throt, that would be good.
Plow through!
Oh, nope, there's army losses.
The disarm-
Yeah, it's all going wrong. Bye. We lost.
Let's
So
see.
yeah, that didn't go so well, and didn't do so well with my old wizard. Kept on forgetting to do stuff with her.
That happens. Learning experience.
Yep, totally.
Brindon Liu, thank you for the super chat. Getting into Age of Sigmar for the first time. Is Sotek in Age of Sigmar? Yes, Sotek plays a very big part in Age of Sigmar. He's still a god, but he's also been upgraded to, or side graded, I guess, into something called a god beast. He's in particular like a living constellation. Did I see the prediction? Oh, I did. And the people that said V80 we're gonna win are in for a bad time. They are about to lose all that stuff they bet. The poor bastards.
Didn't like them anyway. Losers.
Oh no,
Hey,
that
it's
was a
gonna give me
settlement
a-
battle too, so that army's gone. Oh, that sucks.
But it's going to give me a large chunk of cash.
Very true. And the good news is the Golden Knight will be back pretty quick. She bounces back.
She.
Yep. That's what I said, isn't it?
I thought you said he, but perhaps it was she.
No, I don't know. I meant she. I don't know what came out of my mouth. Nordland has been confederated. All right.
You know who I
It has.
Let's march. Time. The High King acts.
Yeah, it's all looking pretty.
King
It's all looking
acts.
pretty dangerous up north.
And I am trying to get Grumbrindle up there
Take the realm.
because I just confederated him, so he is on his way north.
How can I help?
But he's kind of having to pick up guys as he goes. Oh, I can get Dragon Slayers now. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
I can do shit now. Right, you pop into there for the moment, and
Be inspired by a slayer, Darwy.
get me that unit, please. Thank you. And also get me. What would I like?
Axe thirsts.
So many choices. I'm gonna take some of those because they're fun.
We need to do, at some point, we need to do Kadrin's quest battle so you can get your sword.
Oh, I do want to have good old Frostfang,
Because that
or
is,
whatever they called it in
that,
this one.
that weapon is fucking brutal.
Send me to vengeance.
I want to say it's Frostfang. I think it is.
I imagine it would be, but you never can be certain.
It's true.
I switch.
But does Sotek have a connection with Dracothian? Yes, but loosely. Sotek hasn't been like super deeply explored. Like the cult of Sotek is a big deal for the Seraphon, and like, you know, one of the little sub factions is the Fangs of Sotek, which is, you know, very heavily based around him. But as far as like what's the relationship between him and Sotek, it's pretty nebulous. I would say there's not much of a relationship between them. The only thing that's similar is that there's similar types of creatures, where both Sotek and Dracothian are godlike star creatures. But that's a pretty loose connection, as there are quite a few of those in the setting.
Alrighty. I mean, I could. Not going to do much. I need more money next turn, assuming I haven't lost it, which I very well might do to Hubas the Black.
Okay, my little hero squad is on their way up to help out with things. Let's also get, I need a Iron Warden's Tankard for Grumbrindle. Give me that.
Did I not recruit that Regiment of Renown? Like an idiot. No, that's okay, I'll get it next time. Just double check. Oh no, I didn't, did I? Recruit. Thanks very much for pointing that one out, Dubba. Dubba. Not sure how to say that. I'm going to say Dubba.
There we go. Ropesman DLC with new magic win. See, I told him. Andy's gonna get a very angry letter from Creative Assembly.
It would have been a lore of magic, because I created obviously the Icewind lore for rope. How bad is this? Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm never going to win this one. Bye. Auto resolve. Dead.
If we can hold Aaron-Gred, that's the important one.
Yep, that's why I fell back to it. Oh, Emperor Karl Franz, how you doing, man? It's Festag. Excellent. We should consider a treaty. Why not?
Cole Patterson asks, what is a dervish in Kislevite culture anyway?
Fuck knows. It's a new edition.
I would agree. It's an interesting term.
I mean, dervishes previously would have been what, like an African edition? With the swirling dervishes. I'm not entirely sure, but
yeah,
it was
like
an
Afghan or
edition.
Arabian, like old Araby has dervishes.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, I'm not actually 100% sure what it means in a Kislevite expression.
No, neither am I, and it wasn't there previously, so it's something's been added by Total War, and it feels very much like they've just taken a name from somewhere and added it, and going, that sounds like it's foreign, doesn't it?
Greetings.
I hope that's not the case. Makes me want to go and check just the term dervish and check its etymology and where it comes from, but I'm not aware of its use in any other way. I'm actually half tempted to go check it now.
Will
Won't
I
take very long.
take the Nemesis crown?
Yes!
I don't know. It's pretty spooky. I'll take it for a little bit. Ungrim Iron Fist has claimed the Nemesis crown.
Yeah, it's a Muslim religious thing. It totally is. There's not another meaning from it. It's really interesting that they would take that because it has literally nothing to do with anything Kislev based. It's an odd one. Yeah, I don't know where that comes from, and it's not a term, Cole Patterson, I would have used. There are multiple, and I do mean multiple, local real-world things that you could have drawn on instead, but it feels like whoever did that literally doesn't understand. It's one of those ones where I just go, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I see the people talking in chat. Yeah, I always found it odd to use for Kislev because it's a very, very heavily Islamic term.
Yeah.
Is like its origin. Like, granted, in a lot of fantasy settings, it tends to get picked up and used as like people that are like whirlwind style type swordsmen or fighters. Like, it has like a weird secondhand fantasy meaning. But I don't know. That could be one of those things where when CA was making Kislev, Games Workshop was like, that's what this unit is called. And CA's like, that's a bit weird. And GW says, well, that's what it is, so deal with it.
Yeah,
like,
it's not a good one.
Because CA is generally pretty good about historical stuff. That's kind of like their bread and butter. Whereas Games Workshop, that tends not to be the case.
Yeah.
What? I'm not gonna die standing here.
Kitsu Sakura has asked if Yin Yin would have Nippon pirates in her ranks, and I would prefer that she didn't, because I wouldn't like Cathay to be a monolithic block. Basically everything that's in Cathay is part of the army of Grand Cathay. That's weak sauce. Everything in the Empire isn't part of the army of the Empire. For example, Sylvania. For example, Laurelorn. In fact, we could continue on doing this for some time. The Empire is a complicated place, and Grand Cathay should be also. So the idea that the Grand Cathayan pirates, those who are predating upon Grand Cathay and Nippon ships or some equivalent Eastern pirates, should be taken into Yin Yin's fleet, I think would be to the detriment of the setting as a whole.
Yeah, plus, when you think about, like, Cathay's very extreme focus on harmony, I don't think Cathay would have much tolerance for piracy.
Yeah.
Like, there's a whole thing where if you look into the Regiments of Renown, you have the Bandits of the Silver Road, which is a mercenary... It's a Regiment of Renown, but they're essentially... they are basically bandits, the Bandits of the Silver Road, who have been hired to help Cathay out, but the important thing about them is that, if I recall correctly, I believe they're hired rather specifically by Zhao Ming, who has a very different view on many aspects of how things should be done, much to the annoyance of everyone that has to deal with him. But yeah, I would definitely say no. Especially the way Yin Yin strikes me, I just don't really see her doing that. Not to say that she couldn't, but that doesn't strike me as appropriate for the character.
Yep, agree completely. And apparently Dervish, according to Flip Top, is Persian in origin, so that doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Oh, well, there you go.
And I know this is really stupid and obvious, but I just noticed that the symbol for the Dwarven Realms there is the one that Mark Gibbons created. I was like, oh, look at that.
Well, where else are they gonna get it from?
yeah, totally. He did when he did reconcepted all of the dwarves, he did an awful lot of the hold symbols. And I like them. I like what he did for the hold. It's why I did the version of the hold symbol that I created for Karak, Skug, or Skyga, depending upon which version of the language you go for. That's up in the Middle Mountains, which is based upon having a volcano in a lake.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Karak, Skyga. where apparently right now at the moment Brass Keep is held by Chaos. Of course it is. Oh no,
Yeah.
but right outside Coadil or Coathil, if you prefer, is there.
Yeah, that's the that is the starting location for Festus the Leech Lord. Brass Keep. Yep.
Interesting choice.
Well, it's because in the end times, Games Workshop, quote unquote, well, Games Workshop goes, look, it's Nurgle, because that's where the Putrid Blight Kings come from. Is that
Yep.
they're like, oh look, it's the Chaos Warriors that took Brass Keep have been there for so long that they have like rotted into these horrific super Nurgle boys. It's like, okay, sure, why not?
CB4N is off to read Chris Wright's Sword of Vengeance. Haven't read that in a while. Until you sleep. Thank you both for the company this evening. Remember to like and subscribe, everyone. Yes, see, CB4N understands how these things work. Do please remember to like, subscribe, and also be aware that I'll be streaming again tomorrow for LAWhammer. Tomorrow, if you're in the UK, if you're elsewhere, it might be the day after that and Friday. But tomorrow is indeed Friday for me. So we'll be streaming LAWhammer at 7 p.m. UK. I will be streaming again on the Saturday about role-playing games and how to make universal systems for them. At 7 p.m. UK on the Saturday, and on the Sunday, we're Lorebearding at 4 p.m. UK time, where we are discussing the end times, our second discussion on the end times, and we're going to be tearing a new one, so make sure you don't miss that. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
Also, just because I don't think I've said it for at least 2 hours, go buy Dark Deeds, please. We want to make more board games. Dark Deeds is awesome. Have I still got that as a paste? If so, I'm going to paste it in. I do still have it as a paste. I'm going to paste it in. Look, there's links there.
We need to get you set up on Nightbot so that you have a bot just automatically
Yeah,
posting
you're
it.
right. I still haven't done that because I'm old. So I've got to paste it in everywhere. Go order Dark Deeds because it's an awesome game. And if everyone doesn't buy it, we won't be making more of these. It's an absolutely beautiful game that everybody should go and do the thing. Hey, Fliptop, if you can set that up, a Nightbot, that'd be amazeballs. Just a Nightbot that can have links for that and possibly links over to the Discord. In fact, the links over to the Discord too would be great, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah,
Go join our Discord. Go say hello to us and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that'll be easy to set up.
That'd be amazing, Fliptop. Thanks.
Where do I?
The gods demand war. Oh dear. So who am I going to war with? Your allies, Karak, Kadrin, and Auckland.
Looks like Archaon the Everchosen.
Yeah, okay, Archaon. Fair enough.
Big Daddy's coming down.
You know what used to always bug me with Archaon the Everchosen?
Huh?
His helm of many eyes.
Oh yeah.
Because the helm of many eyes, as it was originally described, was a helm of many eyes, covered in eyes, that allowed him to see in all directions.
Yeah, it got changed. So yeah, because the Helm of Many Eyes is a generic item in 7th edition. Yeah.
And then it became the Helm of Eye.
Yeah, it just got absorbed into the armor of Morcar and stopped being like unique.
It did. Man, yeah. So, having said all, I'm declared war. Yeah. Sorry, yes, I've done that just in case I was holding shit up there.
You were, but it's okay.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, please go buy Dark Deeds.
As someone who stands to gain genuinely nothing from it, I don't make any money off sales, but has played it, you will almost assuredly enjoy Dark Deeds. It's a really fun game. It's really good.
It's really fun, and it's so pretty as well.
Yeah, I play it with friends, and unlike a lot of really fun board games that are also pretty, the thing that's really nice about it is that it's not freakishly gigantic.
No, it's not.
Like, it's a really nice, compact, well-made game and experience, and it's very good, and I recommend it highly.
And it's super fun. Yeah, but really enjoyed that game. It was an awful lot of fun to put together. And for those of you looking to know a little bit more about it, we have blogs up over on Modiphius's website. If you just search for Dark Deeds blogs, Modiphius, you'll find it online. There's 10 blogs up. But beyond those 10 blogs, the game was designed by Andy Chambers, who designed the second edition of Warhammer 40,000, who designed Warhammer Fantasy Battle 4th edition, large chunks of it, along with Rick Priestley, and a 5th, as he was working on the army list at the time. He did tons of the codices as well for Games Workshop. All the art by Mark Gibbons. I helped sort out the rules for the new edition, so I'm not just slightly involved, I'm deeply involved. I wrote the entire rulebook for this edition too. It's just great. You should go and help us out. It would be lovely. Right, have I done enough touting?
I mean, you can keep going.
I think I've done enough touting for the moment.
It's
right,
important. The people need to know.
Azazel's running around like mad. But yeah, nothing too bad there. Everything's going. Did they come closer to Kislev? No, they didn't. Interesting.
Okay, I can finally start selling settlements to the Empire. Finally, I'm in range. About to make bank. Let's see. Okay,
hey, Midland. Hey, it's Boris Storbringer. Hey, Boris.
It's fucking Toddy!
I quite enjoy Boris.
Are you aware of the "It's fucking Toddy" meme?
I'm vaguely aware of it in that people keep posting it.
So
I'm not really aware of it.
There's a podcast, or there's a group that does like group streaming, and like they're like an organization that does a lot of streaming stuff. Called Yogscast, and they are big fans of Total War Warhammer. And there was a very famous stream that I don't remember when it came out. I think it was during Warhammer 1, where one of their members was in full cosplay as Boris Todbringer, to the point where he was wearing actual full like metal armor. And they're having this stream, and all of a sudden he just kicks in the door and just yells something along the lines of, "It's fucking Toddy!" And he's got like a big beer stein in one hand and his sword in the other hand. He just looked fucking ridiculous. And people loved it, and just decided that, oh yeah, that's just what Todbringer's like. That's just Toddy now. So to a lot of people who don't have their own books and stuff, that is, when they think of Boris Todbringer, that is what they imagine him to be.
That is interesting. I have, obviously for LAWhammer, we've got our own version nowadays.
We do. I love the LAWhammer version. Though I worry that so many people love him that there's a sword of Damocles hanging over his head.
Yeah.
Because too many people like him.
Yeah, be interested to see how that one goes.
Swear to God, yeah. Andy, if Boris Todbringer dies, I will cancel my Patreon. I swear to God.
I mean, it was heck of a lot. It was really close when the things that happened in those most recent episodes without using any spoilers. Because I randomly rolled for what happened to everybody inside, according to where they were, and yeah, he survived, which was good.
Let's see. What was that? What is that? Sean DeWolf. Who in the Warhammer world would make the best professional wrestler? That's
probably,
actually a surprisingly. What'd you say?
Ogre. It'll be the ogre.
Oh yeah, it would. Probably Goldfag Maniator, to be honest.
Yeah, Goldfag would be brilliant. Yeah, he'd be spot on.
Like he would know how to work a crowd. That is.
Yeah, he totally would.
Yeah, he'd be up there.
And he'd be up there fighting anyone. Yeah, the entire ogre species is, to a degree, centered around the cultural idea of pit fighting, and pitching yourself and your belly against another, and the one-upmanship that comes with that. So yeah, definitely the ogres. One of the ogre characters. Indeed, almost any of the ogre characters would fit in there beautifully. In the Warhammer world, pit fighting and the idea of great arenas and gladiatorial conflicts come from the ogres. So in Tilia, for example, there's a great history of using gladiatorial arenas But that comes culturally from the east with the ogres who had taken it over with them and influenced the early Tylos peoples and similar in the area in what is now the Border Princes as well. So yeah, ogres.
Which is fantastic. Has there been a PC death yet in LAWhammer? You'll have to watch to find out. Haha, gotcha.
Oh yeah. Very easy to find out if you want to go looking around for it, but yeah, wow. The scheme of doom! Yes, yes! Damn Skaven.
Your microphone does not like the Skaven voice.
Did it cut it out?
Oh yeah, big time.
It was like, yeah, no Skaven here. Interesting. I wonder what setting that is. That'll be over on my thing. I'm gonna guess.
It'll be your noise gate.
Yeah, the gate. So if I bring that down like that, yeah. Did that come through?
A little.
Is it still getting cut out a bit? Is it?
Oh yeah, big time.
Oh well. Okay, I'm going to figure out what's causing. In fact, I don't know what's causing that because I just switched the gate off. Huh.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know. That's something I actually need to mess with mine as well. I know my microphone likes to cut me off if I get too loud, which is annoying when I want to do something funny that requires being loud. Fucking Skaven! You're not welcome here. Stop coming here. Nobody likes you. You little rat bastards. Let's see. I would like... I mean, grudge throwers are cool, but if I'm going to be going fighting chaos stuff, Daddy needs a cannon. Big boy cannon. Yeah, that'll suffice for the moment. Let's get a big garrison in Kadrin, so I don't have to worry about it falling to anything, because that would suck.
The High King acts.
Get more Zargard for Thorgrim. You can't have too many Zargard, the High King declares.
Good. Grimnir's axe thirsts.
Andy, if you are talking, you are so quiet, it's not even funny. Like, the softest of baby whispers.
Okay, can I be heard now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Yes! I've been sitting there twiddling going, please, I can't be heard anywhere. Oh, it's so sad. I'll never be heard again.
Andy, don't you know the
so
cardinal
quiet.
law of live streaming, which is don't touch the settings during the stream?
No.
You're not
You think
supposed
I
to
can-
touch the
you
settings.
You and your good sense. What? Right, let's have a look at what's happening over here. Oh, crap. Everyone's kicking around.
Yeah, Grombrindal is gearing up to come north here pretty quick, but it's going to take a hot second to get up there. Because it's a long walk to Kislev. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Send me to vengeance.
I deserve protection.
I am the Slayer King.
Oh, that'll be another 4 turns. But they're not doing much else, so
None shall question me.
let's get some Streltsy, because I like Streltsy.
Is there a character called Maximus Decimus Myrmidius? That would have been less obnoxious than, that would have been far more acceptable to me than fucking Curious Geezer.
Curious Geezer can go fuck himself.
What is Dark Deeds? What is the game about? It is...
In Dark Deeds, you play a minion to a mysterious patron who is skulking around the streets of a fantasy city attempting to outwit all the other minions, because you all play minions, performing dark deeds that will give you favor to the patron, and whoever gets the most favor by the end of the day will win, and whoever doesn't get the most will be sent to darkest dungeons to toil away for eternity. It's just a fun little game where you attempt to outwit all the other players around the table, performing the dark deeds that you've been assigned.
Yeah, it's a game that revolves around a mixture of rolling 2d6 with card play and trying to essentially accomplish tasks without letting your opponents figure out, while trying to keep it hidden from your opponents what you're trying to accomplish, because you all have the ability to mess with each other using certain kinds of cards. And it's quite fun.
Oops. Control V. Did that work? Nope.
I'll see it done.
Control C. Let me just give you a link to. This is the Rookery web page about it, which I'm going to pop around.
Retake the realms.
There we go. That's a bit to the Rookery web page. There's also, if you go to the Modifius's web page, a whole host of blogs explaining it all. Hey, ready for duty. Good to hear it. Let's bring her back. How many units do I have over with you? 20. How about down here? Yeah, 16. Let's bring you in there.
Alright, Grombrindal is on his way north, because who better to show up to Kislev's aid than Grombrindal?
How do you recruit special cards again? Oh, I've got a Frost Maiden just sitting there. Let's take her in. How do you get your special character back?
She will respawn after a certain amount of turns. Oh, she's right there. She's next to Erengrad.
I knew that. Thanks. The Golden Knight. Oh, I don't know. I think I'm going to send her over to the other side.
And if you put her in Kadrin's army, she will make Kadrin pretty much unkillable.
Come back!
Not that you have to do that, of course, but
No, I'm all up for unkillable characters. Let's knock out. Who do I want to knock out? Some of these crappy units. I've got quite a few crappy units in that stack, actually. Let's put them together, and I'll split them up with one of the heroes in a moment. Oh, wait a minute. There's somebody over there. That was a mistake. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, more hags. Excellent.
Oh, nope, that rune won't work on this army because I don't have the right thing for it. So give me. I need a different rune.
Do you have to train the? How do you get a hag?
You just recruit them from the regular hero menu.
That's where I am. There's no hag witch showing there.
It'll be along the
building. Maybe it's because I don't have the right building there, but I thought this is where I put the building. Maybe I've done something wrong. Let's have a quick check.
Where are you looking at?
Silent Grove. No, I can only get the things. I've got to upgrade it one. It's in the process of upgrading. Got it.
Okay, yeah.
Let's not upgrade that because I don't have that much cash. So let's finish my turn.
Let's go kick the vampires out of Flensburg. Yeah, you don't need to be here. Ooh, the magnificent armor of Boric Beetlebrow. That is really fucking good. Hell yeah.
Boric Beetlebrow.
Armor made to hold off a giant? I will take that. Actually, you know what? Give me that buff, and then let's grab Deadly Blade.
Oh, on that, just on the whole Dark Deeds thing, my actual copies of the game arrived. These are my copies, not my... I got, obviously, a pre-print copy so that I could check over to make sure it worked. I got myself the very first print edition copy as well. So when it arrived, we'd actually have a copy. But my actual copies have just arrived. They arrived yesterday.
Oh, good.
I got 8 whole copies all to myself.
8?
Because Yeah, totally. So I'm actually going to be sending Andy Chambers one. So not really all to myself. I'll be sending one to Andy. Andy Lees Kier, who you may know if you watch LAWhammer. He'll be getting a copy. Officially, Lindsay's getting one of those copies too, which is and me. So that's 4 of them already down. So I suppose there's 4 sitting there that are currently unclaimed. But they will be used for other purposes here at Rookery Towers.
Well, that sounds fun.
Yeah, totally is.
All right, let's sell Aberheim to...
Right, given the hour, I'm going to quickly pop to the loo
And I shall
while you're
Actually,
sorting out your turn over
I
there.
think it might be good to, based on the time, because I'm conscious of people wanting to watch these, I think this would actually be a good stopping point for tonight.
Do you think so?
Yes, I think so.
So what have we learned? We've learned that I've made literally 0 progress in Kislev.
That's not true. That's not, you have a frostworm now that Kadrin's riding into battle, so some progress has been made. But...
yeah, but I accidentally abandoned bloody Erengrad by clicking out beside my hero by mistake. So it's probably going to get attacked by Azazel next round.
Well, if you go into the south and zoom out a little bit so you can see the faction colors, you'll see that Kadrin is doing quite well with its expansionist policies.
Hey, I don't understand why you could say that could be doing quite well when I have 1, 2, 3, 4 whole territories. And that's it. It's really embarrassing.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, 6. I was being unkind to myself. But hey, you know, we're getting there. Hey, David, thanks very much for the super chat, by the way. Can you get a business card reading Dark Deeds done dirt cheap? Holidays, Sundays at special rates. Angus the Younger Esquire. Aussies will understand. When I went down on holiday to the south to Kent, where Sea Scouts from across the world gathered, because I was a Sea Scout when I was a kid. I was very, very Scottish because, well, I was in the depths of deepest, darkest England. And me, someone who came from the very north coast of Scotland, if you go any further north from where I used to live, you'd be swimming. And I lived right at the very, 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 very north in a lighthouse. And I'd come all the way down to deepest, darkest Kent, and everybody called me Angus, because Angus is a very Scottish name, and they thought that that was funny because my real name was Andrew, and that also begins with A. Children are not very good at making up nicknames, but for that entire holiday, everybody referred to me as Angus, so it would not be an inappropriate business card, David Whitfield. It would not.
All right,
amusing, but hey.
Here's what we're going to do, dear chatters. So, the big thing is that because we've got the celebration going on right now, the anniversary, birthday, whatever you want to call it, for Lorebeards, we are keenly aware of the fact that that means that we are basically going an entire month without people being able to vote for stuff, which may be a little bit feels bad, mans, for y'all. So what we have decided to do, in an attempt to kind of balance the equation, so to speak, is that we are going to do a vote for next Wednesday's stream. So I'm thinking what we're going to do, because me and Andy talked a little bit about it earlier in the week, is we're probably going to do something along the lines of, like, you'll be able to vote for us continuing our Total War campaign, doing another tier list stream, or doing we could either do another reaction stream, because I know people do like those and y'all show up for those. So yeah, we'll probably do that. So we'll either do like a reaction stream, a tier list stream, or a Total War stream, and we'll let y'all vote on that.
That's perfect.
And why don't we put that up on...
How about yours this time?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. So I'll set that up. But so that'll be on the Loremaster of Sotek channel. I'll make sure to spread that around so that y'all can enjoy some votings. Is Belagar in control of Karak 8 Peaks? No. Quickhead Taker has taken almost the entirety of the Badlands. It's bad. I am trying to wrestle it away from him, and it's difficult. So, anywho. Yeah, and I actually think for this tier list, I do if Andy's cool with it, I think the Council of 13 would be super fun.
Yes. Yes. Did that come through at all?
Mostly. There was like
Yes!
maybe 10% of it that got cut out.
That's not too bad. I'm gonna have to really fuck about with all the sound at this side to try and make it work.
Yep. And with that, we are pretty much done for this evening. We are going to definitely try a different camera program next time because this one has proven unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. There's a delay of around about half a second on my side, and when I move over like this, suddenly it's super smooth. So it can't decide what it wants to be.
Yeah,
I can.
All my stuff is running super weirdly.
Yeah.
Because of Video Ninja. So we're definitely going to mess with that. But hopefully you all had fun. Enjoyed the stream. There's lots of exciting stuff coming down the future. We hope you'll join us this upcoming Sunday for
Defo. End
Times Part 2, which should be a good time, with lots of yelling and shouting and stuff. So,
it's gonna be great.
Yeah, I don't think there's... make sure to drop by Andy's channel on Friday, or the Twitch channel on Friday, so that you can check out this week's upcoming episode of Lorebeards, because that'll be super fucking awesome. And
Lorebeards is Sunday, LAWhammer is Friday.
LAWhammer, I don't know. Can you tell that I'm trying to click on things simultaneously?
Yeah, I can. How about I quickly take over as he's clicking away and say, and also this Friday at 7 p.m. UK time over on the Rookery channel, that's Rookery Publications on Twitch and over on YouTube, you can listen to me warble away taking live questions about how to design or what makes for a great universal role-playing system. So that's a role-playing system that works for all fantasy settings. What is the best setup? There's multiple versions of that online, whether it's Fantasy Age from Green Ronin, whether it's GURPS, a very famous one, or the inevitable rise of D&D, which many people think is all you ever need to have rules-wise to play a fantasy role-playing game. We're going to be discussing what makes for a better system and what is often forgotten about by systems and what we could do to perhaps make them better.
All right, and with that, it's time to go. So thank you all for watching, and we'll see you when we see you.
See you all